So the aim of Chess Fest is to show that chess is something for everyone, something for all the family, children as well as adults. But on Sunday, we're going to have an extravaganza at Trafalgar Square. We're taking over the square, and my thanks to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, for giving it to me. I have to say it's quite a coup for the charity, and we'll have over 1,000 people in the square playing giant chess. We have 32 actors on a giant chessboard who'll be recreating the Immortal game. Now, the Immortal game was the greatest game of chess ever played back in 1851. It was played, in fact, we think, just down the road at Simpson's in the Strand. And the actors will be playing these moves on a giant board, relayed to screens for people, and will also be playing a special game which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass.
And it's a checkmate!
Okay, Dom, you've got to move quickly. The rook goes in the middle. How do you think you're doing?
Not so well.
Hello, Woody Harrelson here in upstate New York. I'm filming White House Plumbers with Justin Theroux and England's own Lena Headley, who plays my wife. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I hate shameless promotion, but let me just say welcome to Chess Fest at Trafalgar Square. My first move is very unpredictable, E4.
So one of the ideas behind Chess Fest is that it's replicable. You can have a Chess Fest anywhere, and there is, in fact, while we're in Trafalgar Square, another Chess Fest going on in Liverpool. And one of the activities that we'll be doing is playing children from Trafalgar Square against children from Liverpool via the internet on an internet chess website called Lee Chess, and that should be an interesting match. I'm hoping that that will inspire other cities to do a Chess Fest next year, say. We're also having a match between Tani Adewumi, who is a Nigerian chess prodigy who lives in New York, and Shreyas Royal, who is the UK's #1 chess prodigy.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old, and I am the top under 16 from the UK. On the 18th of July, I will be playing in Trafalgar Square against Tani from the USA.
What have you been learning here?
Well, how to checkmate with a rook and a king.
Thank you. How did you get in touch with grandma?
So I got it back in 2009.
Right,
We're
going to start the tournaments now for the
Blitz. And it's kind of equivalent of winning 3 international tournaments or getting
I'll read your names out
rating
and then I want you to take a seat in the right place. What happens is you play a game, you get 5. And tell me what you're doing at the end of the game,
so
you need to come
I've
and
done
get
a
the
Simul
results
this morning. There'll be another one this afternoon. So that's me going around and playing members of the public. So I play a move on each board, move on to the next one. Then when I get back round again, they play another move and we keep going like that.
So I'll read the names
Just
out.
finished one now. It was quite enjoyable.
And how is it playing with children, the next generation of chess?
Good, yeah, they put me through our paces.
Start here.
It's nice to see so many people here supporting the event.
How would you say chess kind of benefits the younger generation? Rob, we need more clocks over here, by the way. Rob?
All round good thing where kids are competing, there's a bit of a social side to it, helps with thinking about strategy and not always doing what you want to do but reacting to what your opponent might be wanting to do, so there's a bit of forward thinking involved. It's just an all round nice community and social thing. Yeah, I've been playing since I was maybe 6 years old, so a long time. Yeah, I guess learning how to compete, learning how to deal with losses, and also how to deal with winning as well. You know, it's always good to have healthy competition. And yeah, I guess it's been a nice thing that I've enjoyed learning about and getting to the stage where I really understand the game.
And has that kind of been reflected today, kind of trying to teach children how to deal with winning and losing?
Yeah, so we have a bit of fun when we're going around, chat about the moves, and at the end of the game I try and give everyone a little bit of insight as to what I was thinking about when the game was going on and where a mistake might have been made. So yeah, it's a nice bit of back and forth, and hopefully they're getting something good out of it.
I think I've got a draw. Exciting game, this. Yeah. Oh well. What's going on? Well. Okay.
Trust me on this. Yeah, this really is cardio.
It's good, isn't it? I know. Oh, weekend. Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. Well, another draw, a draw for the young Yitchin against Roger. How old are you, Yitchin? Into Mrs. Master. It's all right. Right guys, we need to start the next tournament very soon, so once again I'm asking you to do the honourable thing if you're not in a good position. Okay, if you are, fine, but if you're not, please don't let things out.
Oh, you son of a...
So here we are in the historic and beautiful Manchester Square Garden in the centre of London, right by the Wallace Collection Museum, for the first day of Chess Fest, which is a new event created by the charity Chess in Schools and Communities, which I founded back in 2009, that teaches chess to children all around the country in state schools. So day one of Chess Fest sees over 100 children coming from all over the UK, from York, from Leeds, from Middlesbrough, even Bristol, for a day of chess in this wonderful, beautiful garden. We have the most incredible weather. We've got giant chess sets so they can play in a giant way and make giant moves. We've got normal sized chess sets that you can see behind me and to my right, where they're playing tournament games, and they've also had a chess lesson. Later on, they're going to get a chance to play a real grandmaster.
Hello, we're Mill Lane Primary. We're from Stockton on Tees. On Teesside, we've brought 5 children. We've had a very long day so far, but it's been wonderful. So well organised, lots for the children to see, lots for the children to do. It's their first outing this year, and it's lovely to see other children as well, enjoying the competition and mixing together beautifully.
So we're from Hampton Gurney. I am 10 years old, and we've been having a great time so far.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old. and I am the top under 16 from the UK.
Be playing a special game which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass. And in Alice Through the Looking Glass, of course, Alice marches her way down the chessboard to become a queen. And we have some actors here dressed up in Alice costume, and we will have 32 of them in Trafalgar Square. But this game of chess that we've especially composed will see Alice starting out as a pawn, promoting, as we know, in chess to a new queen.
So the kids benefit from this event because they do chess in school, and it's really good to have opportunities to play chess against other children and learn from people that are really skilled in chess.
It's a golden ticket!
Now, 43 teams from 31 countries competing in an online chess contest spanning the globe. The difference, all of the players are behind bars. 4 of them are in Wandsworth Prison, one of the largest jails in England and Wales, and one of 9 now running chess clubs. Advocates claim that taking part in the game can play a role in rehabilitating inmates for life outside, as well as providing a way out of an often violent prison culture. Our Home Affairs correspondent, Andy Davis, has this report.
When you enter a prison like Wandsworth and its immense echoing central hall, there are many sounds you expect to hear, but not this. And the intense quiet which follows. We join a game between cellmates.
So tactically, how are you approaching this?
Well, the very basic is just to try to take over the center, which is at these 4 squares. And once you control the 4 squares, you pretty much control the game. A lot like football.
Teaching them are Peter Sullivan and Malcolm Payne, the England chess team manager whose charity now runs chess clubs in 9 prisons.
I asked a few psychologists before, when I first had the idea of prison chess, I was sort of thinking, well, you know, how will it work? What will be the benefits? And indeed, I remember very clearly what one of them said, which was that distraction is an excellent idea. If a prisoner can forget where they are for even just a few minutes, then that will, you know, that will be beneficial. I think, though, that genuinely what learning chess in prison does, and a lot of people who are in the club have learned chess in prison, is giving them a life skill, something they can do on the outside, something that will help them integrate when they're released.
Check.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, exactly. That's what I play in this position. That's what I play.
Chess as a means to help reduce reoffending is gaining more support, seemingly, in many a criminal justice system.
You got to castle your king.
In October, for the first time, the Ministry of Justice allowed England's prison chess team restricted internet access to compete in the first ever World Prison Online Championship. Prisoners in Wandsworth made a film about it. 4 of them competed. England came 7th out of 31 countries.
Do you see this as a form of rehabilitation, or is it just a means to relieve the boredom of being in prison?
Oh, 100%. It is a form of rehabilitation. One thing it teaches you, for instance, is that to think before you make a move. And I think it's quite applicable in life to always think before you do something. And I feel like in prison in particular, there's a lot of people that lacked that ability, which pretty much landed them in prison to begin with, you know.
Including yourself?
Including myself, unfortunately to say.
The wing would have now tables, actually, you know. It is quite nice because you get like 2 people playing and 5 people just watching around, you know, trying to provoke each other, who is going to win, who is better. So it is quite fun. It is something new, and it's quite rehabilitating, I would say.
In what way?
Intellectual way. So you you challenge yourself intellectually. Your brain works.
Here, the prison officer who helped start this weekly club plays triumphant prisoner.
Checkmate, officer. Oh.
That's all right, it's done.
What's that, 3 times?
Three times.
So how long have you both been playing chess?
About a year for me.
About 6 months for me.
6 months. What impact does it have on the wing? I mean, what are the benefits, do you think?
It's a welcome distraction for them, and it's a way for them to concentrate and actually build relationships with each other. I mean,
and with you as staff,
and with staff as well, yeah. And the most interesting part is that you can have an old Russian guy, you know, from one wing who's never spoken to a black boy from South London who's on the other side before, but they can play a game of chess. That's quite interesting. I like that part. Yeah.
2 different worlds meet.
Yeah.
It is impressive, but it is just one scheme. We weren't allowed to film on the wings in the prison. To help assess this in the context of what many consider a wider prison system in crisis, creaking under the strain of overcrowding, violence, the pandemic, and inadequate access to rehabilitation programs.
This chess club, you know, looks great, but it isn't the reality across the prison system that there remain glaring deficiencies in terms of prisoners getting adequate access to rehabilitation programs.
There are lots of different ways of offering rehabilitation programs in the prison service, and what we try and do is adapt the rehabilitation to the prisoners' different needs. In a prison where most people stay short-term like Wandsworth, we try to offer activities that people can learn quickly and that they can take with them to another prison or that they can take outside with them.
See, you rushed me into it. You rushed me into it.
Sorry about that.
It is a cheerful club, said one observer recently, in an often cheerless place. Cheap too say its proponents clearly passionate about the value of chess in a setting like this, and quietly, it seems, with each move, winning admirers.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
After you leave prison, will you carry on playing?
Oh, that's 100%. I'm already thinking that I will always, at this point on out, I have some chess set. That's one of the first things I'm going to do, is get myself a nice chess set. I think this will follow me for the rest of my life.
That report from Andy Davis.
Take 2. Hello and welcome to round 2 of the London Chess Classic 2024. Here at the Emirates, we are minutes away from the start of the round. We had a very nice day yesterday in the round robin. We're keeping a bit of an eye on the Open as well. There's a very strong Open running alongside our main attraction. But in the round robin yesterday, we had 2 decisive games. Could have had more, but ended up being only 2. With Nikita Vichugov, the newest convert to the UK chess scene, beating Juven Jun in a very interesting game, and Gawain Jones eventually prevailing in his game against Michael Adams. Juven Jun and Michael Adams are playing each other today, so it's one of them will be on the scoreboard today, perhaps both, and this gives us a chance to take a look at the full pairings for the day. As you can see there, Juven Jun versus Adams on top. Very promising youngster Shreyas Royal playing against one of the early leaders, Gawain Jones. Vidit playing. I have a feeling the colors are slightly inverse here. Or
Really? Okay.
They might be. Either here or on my screen, the colors appear to be in conflict. But this is the pairings we have in front of us. Vidit playing against Andrew Hong with a color of indeterminate color for now. And Nikita Vitugov playing against Shahryar Mamedjarov, another leader of the tournament, playing against a very, very strong Azerbaijani grandmaster who is headlining the tournament in terms of rating. Played a very Shah-like game yesterday, took a position which honestly looked kind of quiet and made an almighty mess out of it. It still ended up being a draw because he was playing against a very strong player, and they, from a certain point onwards, played objectively, I think, a very good game, very clean game. Both players taking very decent decisions. But Shah, I think, on this very little evidence of only round one to talk about, I think he, as is often the case these days, he came to play. He really wants to express himself in every game. He doesn't really like the idea of playing the kinds of, correct, quote unquote, correct, proper games. He wants to play fun games. He wants to try for something new every day, which is, when it comes off, he is one of the absolute best players in the world to watch. So this is round two in front of us. As I said, yesterday was fantastic, and today promises to be more of the same. And now that I've spoken for about 3 minutes flat, I'm Peter Svidler, and next to me is Lawrence Trent. We've probably should have done this a bit earlier. How are you doing, Lawrence?
I'm all right. Yeah, looking forward to another day of very interesting chess. We were, I think we were pretty satisfied with what we got for round one yesterday. Not too many dull, quick draws or anything like that. So
none whatsoever. Yeah.
None at all. So hopefully today we'll get more of the same, and hopefully for everybody watching at home, you'll be highly entertained. So fingers crossed we get that. And yeah, I think, just thinking about the round yesterday, I was actually impressed with pretty much, I would say almost pretty much everybody. I mean, I was even impressed by Mickey to a certain extent. He erred, but he did well facing this home preparation from Gawain. And even Juven Jun, she fought on valiantly and had chances.
Yeah, in the case of those two, it's maybe slightly harder to find the silver lining because they did end up losing the game, but they weren't horrible games.
No.
Mickey really only lost because he left himself a little bit too little time for the first time control, and he made really only one bad mistake in the game. It just turned out to be enough of a mistake to more or less end the game on the spot, which is very unfortunate when that happens. But up until that moment, he was dealing with the problems he was facing. Gawain showing some very interesting preparation and a very obscure line. I think Mickey was dealing with it quite well. And if we talk about the new generation after the sort of the old generation of British chess, the younger generation, I think Shreyas has a lot of positives to take from that game. He was under very serious pressure. I think Andrew Hong put him. I think it was probably quite a wise opening choice. That's a kind of an old Soviet maxim people used to repeat. That if you play somebody young, just take the queens off as early as possible, and make them bored. And bored young people play worse chess. But he played a very solid game. He defended very nicely, and only really allowed perhaps two opportunities for Andrew Hong to get a large advantage. So yeah, very impressed with the level of play yesterday, and hoping for more of the same today. And looks like we've got kickoff, so we can start talking about actual positions. I'm guessing starting maybe with the game between Nikita Vitsugov and Shahryar Mamedyarov, where Nikita is playing. Yesterday he opened with one e4 against Juvenjun, and today he shows his versatility by switching to one d4, and Shah already making a choice of some kind on move 2, which is rare. Generally, 1d4 is not a surprise. Nikita, he's been seconding Jan Nepomniachtchi for a couple of cycles, and when you do a lot of work for the World Championship cycle, you obviously can play pretty much any opening. This is kind of well understood, that the amount of opening work you do when you're part of a team that has to prepare not for one but for two actual World Championship matches, there are very few things you haven't looked at. So 1d4 shouldn't be really a shock, and generally Shah should have an idea what he's planning to do, and he ends up settling on Queen's Gambit accepted, which could be dry but doesn't have to be.
Yeah, a lot depends on what White wants to do here. You can be very, very ambitious playing with e4 here. You can be more conservative playing with e3. Even if you play e3, of course, there are more spicy lines.
Yeah. Knight of 3 here chosen by Nikita, and the kind of the classical way of approaching this position with black would be to do something like knight of 6, e3, e6, bishop takes c4, let's say c5, castles, and a7, a6 used to be sort of the starting position of Queen's Gambit accepted. This is where your analysis would begin if White, as Lawrence correctly said, a major option here is to play 2e4, after which generally isn't boring at all. It's a much more fun option, but seems to be kind of out of fashion right now. I'm not entirely sure why, but people are doing this less and less. But after knight of 3, apart from the line I've given, which we seem to be heading towards with Shah playing knight of 6, there are also options of playing, let's say, 7, a6 first, trying for more forcing ways of getting your problem solved. But yeah, knight of 6 is the choice. They seem not to be very interested in blitzing everything out, so this gives us an opportunity to maybe look at some other positions. In the game between one of our leaders, Gawain Jones, and Shreyas, Gawain is sticking to his guns. Gawain is one of the most, I think, persistent and dedicated players of the King's Indian, so not a surprise at all.
No.
To see him do it again today. And Shreyas in response goes for the absolute main line. This is the central tabby of the King's Indian. And yeah, this is a kind of a newfangled way of doing things. I was wondering whether Gawain will play something like this. I think this move appeared on the scene very recently. I don't really remember this being an option at all, maybe even 10 years ago. I want to say maybe even 5. Of course, there's been so many games played over the years that I'm sure some people tried it, but it was not really a fixture at a top level at all. And now it's one of the maybe most serious moves in this position, which is still kind of mystifying to me, I have to say. I tried figuring out why this is better than any of the forcing continuations and didn't really come to any conclusions, but I do know that this is supposed to be very playable. In terms of ideas, if you want to try and describe why this is a move, I guess one idea is if White decides to play bishop e3, which is very much a move White often wants to play in these types of structures, we can now play knight g4, and we don't have to worry about bishop g5, which would be the response. Bishop g5 is absolutely what White wants to play here. So that's one level of an explanation. And the other is sometimes Black can actually try for some knight h7, knight g5 ideas. In particular, if the center gets closed with d4, d5. This gives you an additional square for the knight on f6 to go to prepare f7, f5, which is, of course, the most thematic way of dealing with the closure in the center. But I still have to say that the positions these days in which people play these seemingly kind of quiet, semi-pointless moves, honestly, it feels a bit harsh to describe it this way, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't attack the center or fight for the center in any obvious way. I think if you showed this to Garry Kasparov in the 1980s, who was obviously not the pioneer, but somebody who absolutely carried the flag for King's Indian as an opening with black in recently modern times, or to Bobby Fischer, or to all the stalwarts of that opening in the earlier years, they would look at you very strangely, I'm sure.
They would.
They would feel like you're pulling their leg a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it is a thing that is being done quite seriously. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. It's a very serious move. And Gawain is, and has always been, very much on top of things in the theoretical developments in the King's Indian. As we welcome Malcolm.
Not quite in shot.
Yeah, you're in shot now.
More or less in shot. Yeah. No, but isn't it true, Peter, that you can play almost any move here? Like in recent years, I mean, in the 1950s, 60s, everyone played knight c6 or knight d7 or c6.
Yeah.
But now it's been discovered, hasn't it, that you can play almost anything? I mean, I'm sure I saw someone go a5 as well.
Yeah,
right?
I think a5 exists. Knight a6 has existed for ages, but knight a6 at least develops a piece, Yep. I can get behind the idea of developing something in this position. It's specifically moves like, and also like if we compare h6 and a5 feels sort of vaguely more King's Indian-y.
Sure.
Because if white goes d4, d5, we have secured some path for like if we, once again, to illustrate, if instead of h6 we go a5, and we imagine white playing d5. White will not play d5 here, but if we imagine this happening, we made a very useful move for ourselves because we, hang on a second, let me, board refuses to cooperate with me for a time, but it will get back to me eventually. But the point is, the c5 square for the knight will be quite useful eventually. So a7, a5 is not a bad move. But yeah, h6 is quirky, to say the least.
I suppose it's a good move to play against someone who likes playing bishop e3.
Yeah, we did point out that this is maybe the one obvious reason why it might be useful. We are going to be much happier playing knight g4 against bishop e3 when bishop g5 is not really an option. Let me...
Because the great John Nunn invented the move 7 bishop e3 h6, didn't he? Which is, unfortunately, with the board not cooperating, you can't show it.
Yeah.
But,
let me see if I can do something about it. Not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah.
And I guess I suppose the point is that when white takes twice on e5, there's always a counter.
Yeah. You would feel that. Are we back?
We might be back.
We are
rebooted
back.
it, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Of course, you do need, or maybe not. Slightly over-optimistic. Seems like we're having some server problems, which is not the direction I was expecting the problems to come from. Normally, whichever technical problems do occur, they somehow are caused by me, and I refuse to take blame for Lichess server problems. Those are not on me. But it'll work itself out. Of course, something like d5, trade of queens and knight takes e5 can always be considered. And here in particular, with the pawn on h6 hanging, like the most obvious thing might not be that happy because bishop takes h6 at least needs to be calculated. You would have maybe been better off not having it there. But sometimes in these types of positions, sometimes they can actually afford to even play rook e8 and after foreplay for some kind of slow compensation with knight a6, knight c5, although maybe not here. And also the line I was giving, maybe black is actually kind of okay after bishop takes b2, let's say rook a d1, perhaps we take, we go knight c6 and we pretend that we value the pawn on b2 more than we value the pawn on h6. But all of this, it does sort of work out because, and I know this because h6 hasn't disappeared. It appeared a few years ago and it has now become, I think, a fixture in top grandmaster play. And if it could be refuted by very simply just taking on e5 and winning a pawn, it would have been refuted by now. It's still a bit mystifying that you can afford to lose a tempo like this, but it's a slightly tangential thing to say. But as somebody who has, on more than one occasion, has done this with black. Let me show you a position by move 5. I've done this more than once, and I've gotten a decent position every single time. I mean, if this is playable, why shouldn't h6 in the King's Indian be playable?
Gwaine did something like this against me, actually.
Yeah. So it's very much a way to demonstrate, if we talk about these types of modern innovations in opening theory, it's a way to go to a broader point, which is if you're prepared to ignore the fact that the engine probably will not like what you're doing for a bit, which I think is very much the direction that the young players are going towards in particular. I think if you look at this crop of new stars, like the people whose names are on everybody's lips, starting with the Indian trio and Noribek and Vincent Keimer and all of these guys, they have all switched from this kind of old-fashioned idea of playing correct openings, aiming to specifically equalize with black and maybe get a little bit with white. And they're all trying to get a playable position of some sort, which often actually entails playing positions which the engine will very forcefully tell you are not equal, not even remotely equal. They are objectively problematic for you. But then if you dig deep enough, you can get them to a state where even against absolutely best play, you will probably have to defend some unpleasant endgame, but you're not going to lose it. And demonstrating absolute best play is very difficult, as we all know. So this shift is, I think, very noticeable in the last few years, where people are much less, I think, interested in and excited by the prospect of killing the game off.
Sure.
And they just want to play a game of chess, which we all welcome with open
Peter,
hearts.
just in terms of this h6 and what it does, I mean, black sometimes in these positions, knight h7 is a move, isn't it? Because the knight will hop to g5 and undermine d4, which is you know, a very sweet arrow if our friend wants. Oh, he's got knight bd7.
Yeah, and this is now I'm really quite mad, honestly, because
now I don't get it.
As soon as what's happening on my screen will actually get translated to the screen our viewers can watch, because I had a brief period of trying to become a more diversified player with the black pieces, because I am kind of well known for being a player of the Grunfeld for decades. But towards the later 1990s, I had a period when I was trying to make myself into a King's Indian player. And the line I played was knight bd7 here. We're still kind of doing this blindfold for our viewers, which is a little bit regrettable because I don't think it's fair on them.
Yeah, it probably doesn't work very...
Yeah. But my point is, if you're playing h6 with the intention of playing knight bd7 next move, you're really stretching it quite far, I think, this concept of doing sort of whatever you please in the King's Indian. This shouldn't, generally speaking, work, I would say.
Well, maybe when we fix the screen, we can explain it in a bit more detail. But one of the things that has struck me about the King's Indian and how much the computer hates it is how much it hates the knight on e7.
Yes.
And that's always been standard. Knight c6, d5, knight e7. And when that knight's on e7, it's got no square to go to, like physically, no square it can go to, and the computer hates that. And yet, after a move d5 by white, the knight sits, as you say, very beautifully on c5. And I've noticed there's been a trend in some variations of the King's Indian that in any position, black will just go a5, knight a6, knight c5. You know, for example, against g3.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's just one of these things, it's just being a bit more flexible, because we know the knight's better on d7 than e7.
Yeah, and this is the reason I was playing knight bd7 myself, because I just couldn't bring myself to play those lines with knight on e7, which is so completely stuck. Let's see if we're back. Let me just orient it in a way that I can see. But the systems with knight bd7 aren't really very exciting to play. Hang on a second, wait, almost there. So this is the position I used to play, and rook e1 is absolutely one of the most important replies, and we were not playing h6 against rook e1, I can tell you this much.
But it is a move here.
It is one of the moves, absolutely, yeah.
Is this the Moldovan variation then, rook e8?
I'm very, very poor at
I think it is.
names, yeah.
I think that's the right name, Malcolm,
Yeah, but what we're watching today is h6, rook e1, and then the switch to knight bd7. I would expect bishop f1 to be the main move here, but I guess if you play bishop f1, they do now switch to this plan that you were describing. I think knight h7, knight g5 becomes a very topical idea. Instead, Shreyas goes queen c2, black went rook e8, Shreyas went d takes e5, and somewhat notably, Gawain takes with the knight, and gremlins in the wires today are very persistent, and we apologize. You generally feel, and I remember this was a bit of an eye-opener for me when I started looking at the structures, because if you look at the position after d5, d5, I think the temptation, in sort of very simplistic terms, is to say there is this hole on d4. I can even plausibly demonstrate how I will aim my pieces at that very weak point in the white position by playing knight f8, knight e6, knight d4. Hopefully, eventually, it will become demonstrable on the board. And I will play c7, c6. I will cover the square on d5. Why should black be worse at all? But then if you look at these positions, at these types of positions a bit more, you realize that the spatial advantage that white has is actually much more relevant than anything I have just said. And they're not horrible, but they are never pleasant for black. And Gawain, I think, very understandably, chooses to take with the knight instead, to at least offload some pieces. And I don't know if I'm in love with the idea of specifically queen c2 in connection with d takes e5 against rook e8, because, and yeah, I'm kind of trying to wait out the lag I seem to be experiencing with our board, because I don't want to be talking about a different position that I have on the screen. But
what's white's plan here? I mean, something like h3,
h3, bishop e3, c5, knight d2, knight
b4, c5. Yeah.
This kind of a plan. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's where the pieces would move, although we can't move them.
Yeah, and not at the time. Yeah.
I mean, black wants to try and go what, knight f8, e6, d4, or
yeah, but that never gets there. White always has maybe playing something like b6, bishop b7, queen e7, rook a d8, and just developing slowly. But
knight h5 to f4 as well.
In some cases, but it doesn't really do very much. You get it there, and then you realize
nothing's happening.
Nothing. Yeah, probably goes back to e6 anyway. And once again, apologies for all the random things that appear to be happening on our screen. It seems to be entirely outside of our control today. Let's see if maybe we can
see if it'll be better with another game. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe that particular game is enchanted. I wanted to say cursed, but
yeah.
But no, it's not. It wasn't. Maybe we could just try commentating using. Okay, new game. Great news. And this is a game where Vidit with the white pieces is playing a kind of a very old-fashioned English opening. So far, playing it in a way which I think has become quite unfashionable, and I associate maybe with the name Botvinnik.
Well, if the pawn goes to e4, it would be Botvinnik, right?
In particular, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these systems, see this a lot in English weekenders as well, where they put the knight on f3, castle, rook b1, run the b pawn.
Yeah.
And
it still very much exists. It used to be sort of the way people played the English opening in my youth. And honestly, having thought about it some more, I realize I was kind of misleading, because I think it's unfashionable from the black side, not from the white side. Because I think these days, if you play c4, e5 with black, you play it more or less always with the intention of playing the knight f6, d5 systems.
Or the bishop c5 or bishop
Or the bishop
b4.
c5s or bishop b4s, yeah. And this kind of a symmetrical, I mean, this is sort of a close Sicilian with colors reversed. This has become a lot less frequent at top level, but of course it still very much exists. This used to be my home. This is how I responded to the English when I was growing up. Without too much joy, I have to say. I don't have particularly fond memories of this. Let's see if we can get the board to respond. Some kind of a normal development here would be a rook b1. Let's say we go a5, a3. It doesn't really matter if you do that or not. But
I was always taught it was inferior to put the knight on e7 rather than f6 here.
Yeah, you can. f5 knight f6 is another option as well. Yeah, like here, you can definitely, if you want to be, quote unquote ambitious, you can go for this kind of a setup. And there's a tabia, I think, which starts from somewhere around here, b5 knight e7. This is a reasonably well-known position.
Yeah, for some reason, 13 bishop b2 sticks in my head.
Well, because you do want to fight for the a file. There's an open file on the board, and you do want to maybe eventually fight for it. Bishop b2 is absolutely one of the main moves here. This used to be very fashionable when I was 13, 14, that is to say, very, very many years ago. Not yesterday. And of course, there's a lot of flexibility for both white and black. White could switch, as we mentioned, to the ideas of playing e4, knight g2, e3 less so. I think the choice for white is between knight f3 and e4, knight g2. For black, including a5, a3, I think used to be considered beneficial, but you can also just completely ignore it, and then you get similar positions where the pawn gets to b5, you play either knight c7 or sometimes knight d4, knight a6, or knight d4, knight f5, and you don't open the a file, but yeah, it's arguable whether this is better or worse for black. Yeah, but this is very, very old-fashioned. Let's see how this develops. It's a bit too early to say.
I don't think I've seen a top-level game like this for ages, actually,
For ages,
Peter.
yeah. I do not remember the last one.
I mean, it's almost as if Vidit is trying to play very, very positionally, deliberately against Andrew.
Well, it's a reverse close Sicilian.
No,
what we have here.
Sure, but you don't get that at the top level.
You don't get that
very
either.
much.
No.
Not since the days of
Nigel, I think, was.
Nigel, yeah.
Nigel has been doing that for quite consistently for, I think, the entirety of his career, with decent results as well, but yeah, not since then, maybe. And, well, this is as Queen's Gambit accepteds go, this is quite a sharp one. This, I think, I believe, is called the Fuhrman variation, named so after the primary coach of Anatoly Karpov for much of his career, Semyon Fuhrman, a person of legendary status in Soviet circles. Yeah, there are some excellent stories. I don't know. Since we appear,
can you tell us one?
He was both Karpov in his youth and Fuhrman in particular were very prolific and very passionate games players. And there are two stories in particular which, and you being the owner of Chess and Bridge shop, I think that will be. So there's one story which goes something along the lines of they are at some kind of a, suburbia, St. Petersburg surroundings, and they are at the dacha somewhere on the Bay of Finland, and a bridge game is in progress. And then somebody runs in and says, Semyon, your daughter or possibly granddaughter has rowed away, and she's very far away in the water, and we can't really get her to come back, and you should go call to her, or maybe get another boat and row to and get her back. And he continues studying the hand, and then looks up and says very sternly, until the rubber is finished, nobody gets up.
The daughter made it, I assume.
Yeah. It has a happy ending, but it kind of shows the intent. And the other one, I don't play bridge, but I have played a lot of billiards in my life. And the other one I kind of feel a lot more relatable is they had a training camp somewhere with Karpov, and the absolute legendary Russian sports photographer called Boris Dolmatovsky, who I'm sure you know, and maybe Lawrence knows as well. He's a fantastic photographer. If you ever encounter books of his, very much worth looking at and buying. So he came to take some pictures of them during that training camp. And some of the pictures involved them playing Russian billiards, which is, we will not get into the difference between Russian billiards and snooker. It really is not worth it. But it's a 12-foot table with complicated situations arising, doesn't matter. The point is, Karpov being Karpov, you can't just publish any old photograph. You have to come back when they are developed and kind of vet them. He has to give the okay. So Dolmatovsky comes back with the sheaf of photographs and gives them to Karpov. Karpov just looks over them and says, "Yeah, that's fine." And then he gives them to Foreman. And Foreman looks through them one by one, and then he stops at one photo and he's just staring at it for like a minute and then a minute and a half, and it's becoming very tense. And Dolmatovsky, slightly nervous by this point because maybe he's done something wrong. It's unclear why there is a pause. And he says, "Semyon Abramovich, why are we pausing? Is something wrong with this picture?" And Foreman kind of snaps out of his reverie and says, "Why am I playing this ball? This is much simpler." So
games obsessives, basically.
Yes.
So the Foreman variation is that when you go Queen E2?
The idea of playing Queen E2,
Queen E2 and Rook D1, yeah? Yeah.
Returning to our game. First of all, I want to say that starting with knight C6 over A6 is slightly less fashionable because if you want plans with A6, B5, you kind of want them as early as possible. And also, I think it's notable how often these days the knight actually gets developed to D7 in very many positions. So you're committing one piece to a square, which is, I mean, it's the most natural square, of course. And C6 does look very nice, but you're kind of nailing your colors to the mast, maybe slightly earlier than you would have liked in some other cases. And now Queen E2, played with the specific intention of doing what Nikita is doing here, dc5, bishop takes e5, and e3, e4, pushing for this idea of playing e4, e5 very early, knight c3, e5, knight e4, these kinds of plans being the absolute dream. Black, of course, will have something to say about this, but this is what you're trying to achieve. And we have some more moves in the meantime, b5, bishop b3, bishop b7 already played, and Nikita played knight c3. It's black to move, but Shah is not at the board, so he'll have to come back. In terms of black's replies to this, ideas of playing knight d4 are also always pretty popular because it kind of takes some of the sting from our e4, e5 play. It also makes the bishop on b7 participate in the game much more. So that would be like my first port of call, trying to make something like knight d4, and knight d4, bishop takes d4 work, because let's say if you play e5, the pawn on e5 immediately becomes a bit of a target. If you play rook d1, I want to play queen b6 and sidestep the pin that way. So that would be one way. You can sometimes completely ignore what white is doing, but you do have to have a good reply to e5. Knight d7, and now perhaps bishop f4 or rook d1 or knight e4 in some order. I don't know, rook d1 maybe, because once again, knight e4, I need to have a reply to knight d4, so maybe we just try to rule it out altogether by playing rook d1 first. These are potentially very sharp positions. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this develops.
I quite like the idea of going queen b8. I think I've got a slight obsession with this move, actually.
Immediately, yeah?
Yeah, just reminds me of, what's that variation in the Smith-Morra gambit?
Yeah. It's very common, actually, the knight bd7 lines in the Queen's Gambit, except the queen b8. Yusupov used to do it.
Yeah, queen b8 and after e5.
The Siberian variation.
I guess we
Oh,
try
you don't want to go to g4?
You want to go knight g4 and then...
Of course.
Okay. And?
Can we do something...
I'm assuming you're going to play h3, h5 eventually, right?
Well, I mean...
I thought he was going to go g5, actually.
Yeah.
G5 here is...
Yeah, but it's you still have a king on e8. I'm not married to the idea of protecting the pawn on e5.
No,
Yeah, I will do something else instead, and it will start collapsing, I think. I mean, this is very... once again, decisions like this are... No, this is not the position. Hang on. Yeah, this is the position.
This is a bit too optimistic.
Yeah, you do have to be quite precise and quite concrete in positions like this, because as far as Queen's Gambit Accepted goes, the stakes are pretty high here compared to some other lines. You're not as safe, and you're not as the cost of a move is a lot higher. Mistakes will actually hurt you here, I have a feeling.
Well, this is Shaq playing very, very sharply with black, which is one of the reasons we invited him, actually. You know, he's a great attacking player, a sharp player who never compromises, really, or rarely does anyway.
In particular, I think at this stage in his career, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I sort of recognize how it happens, because it also happened to me at one point. I just thought, I want every game to be new. I want, like, I've played the kinds of games I've played over the course of my career. The certain types of games I played so many times, often against the very same people, that I'm very much in favor of trying to get new experiences while still playing the game I love. And I think he is in a very similar spot, sort of, I don't know, I may be overusing the word spiritually, but it's this feeling that you're definitely towards sort of the back end of your career. You've done the intense competing bit. Shaq got maybe in some ways further than I've never crossed 2800. He was 2820 at some point.
It's worth mentioning, isn't it? I don't know how many players have done it. It's 17, is it, or something?
I think it's still below 20. Yeah, maybe 19. But I think it's still below 20.
And he's one of those people who've been over 2800.
Yeah. So he's done that. He's never really gotten to play World Championship much, but apart from that, he's had tournament successes. He's had very, very high sort of rating highlights. But now I think he definitely does some coaching now. I think he's very much kind of diversifying in that direction. He, I think, works maybe with, I don't know about all, but definitely with some of the Turkish youngsters.
Because if you speak Azerbaijani, you understand Turkish? Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. I don't know if that is necessarily the main driving force there. He's just I think having him as a coach is just good. Even if he doesn't understand your language immediately, because he is a fantastic idea generator. He has very kind of original ideas about how to look at chess, and I'm pretty sure it's a very good deal for any youngster who gets to work with
there
him.
are language similarities. He's vaguely local, and he's much stronger than anyone else in Turkey. So
yeah. So as mentioned, 94 Bishop d4 has been played. Shaq playing quickly enough that you get the feeling he has seen this position before, and appears to be not particularly bothered by what's going on the board. I'm very interested in what Nikita does from here, because it's a kind of a position where if white doesn't prove any advantage in the next, 3 to 5 moves, it generally fizzles. And honestly, the pawn on e4 is already a bit vulnerable, right? You generally, in the structures, you very much like the idea of supporting it with f2, f3, because it cuts off both the bishop on b7 and the knight on f6 if you generate the structure. For instance, something like bishop e3, castles f3 would be very, very logical for those specific reasons, because it really makes both the knight on f6 and the bishop on b7 kind of useless for the time being. They really are banging their heads against this very solid formation. But you cannot play f3 immediately, of course, because it's pinned. And if you play bishop e3, I would be very interested in just snapping on e4 and saying, I will get to castle soon, maybe not next move, but soon enough. And do you actually have enough compensation for the pawn here? I'm not sure. And that means that you do have to decide on something to do with your pawn on e4. Obviously, you can play e5, but on e5 it is still a target after knight d7. You still have to find a way to protect it comfortably. Maybe you play bishop f4. Maybe you play this position, follow it up with rook a1. But I wouldn't be heartbroken to have this with black. I don't know. Even something very simplistic like castles, take on c3, play queen c7.
Ooh.
Then I want to play rook fd8, knight f8, knight g6. Once again, returning to our Bent Larsen quote.
Yeah.
Get the knight over to f8, and
it can't be made.
And
But you might not get that.
Yeah,
No,
this is the absolute basic reply.
I might go rook d3 here and say, if you go rook d8, I might throw in bishop g5.
There's bishop g5. I mean, this is a little bit optimistic. Yeah, I'm not sure this is the correct response. After bishop f4, and honestly, it's very much in Schach's wheelhouse to play something like g5, bishop g3, h5. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he is absolutely one of the people who will do this in a heartbeat, even if he doesn't know it's good. Like, it might still be prep, but even if it wasn't prep, he is absolutely the kind of a person who does this. And it gets, I'm a bit worried, but...
Peter, there's also the kind of the cheapo idea that if the black queen ever reached c6, it would be impossible to stop checkmate. So if the queen came to b6, queen c6, you suddenly got to worry about, right?
Well, I mean, I do have queen g4. It's not winning the game just yet. When once again we appear to be e4, e5 played in the meantime by Nikita. His second white in a row, which is, in particular, if you win the first of those two, it's a good start for a round robin to have the two whites. And he is still playing, I think, quickly enough for us to feel that he is probably in book.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to potentially spice up quite significantly. What else have we got?
Have a look at the other game.
Yeah, there's one we haven't actually touched yet. This one.
Yeah, I think let's just wait if we can actually get it up on the screen, because we appear to still experience some turbulence in terms of...
Well, we're at the Arsenal, so it's no surprise that the attack is not working. It's a joke, actually.
I thought it was the defense that was talking.
Yeah, the defense also is not. Unfortunately, Malcolm, we can't make those jokes nowadays. Quite the opposite. Pretty good team, this Arsenal. Pretty good team.
Yes, you shut your mouth.
And I will say that despite being a blue,
the blue of Chelsea, I think we should clarify.
An Oxford blue.
Well, a royal Chelsea blue. Sky blue, actually, we used to be. I do believe Thierry Henry was the best ever Premiership player. Actually, I think.
I think so. I'm with you.
I think there's a very strong argument to say
you have actually watched a video of mine.
Which one?
Look at him. Look at him.
No, I don't know the video of yours.
There's a video of you with Thierry Henry.
No, but there's a video of me praising Thierry Henry and saying he was a very early influence on me.
Oh wow!
Picking a club.
I mean, you two are very similar.
In every
aspect.
In every way, absolutely, yeah. So this is Juven June playing the white pieces against Mickey Adams, and Mickey is playing a kind of a slow. This began its life as an IMSO, and after e3 castles, bishop d3. These days, I mean, the theory has progressed, but the old tabias are still very much in place. Like you can absolutely still play d5, knight f3, c5. Those positions are still being discussed. Although I have a feeling these days after d5 they play a3 more often than not, and the knight stays on g1. Sometimes it gets developed to e2. Sometimes I'm trying to remember the move order in that fabulous game that Jan Nepomniachtchi won against Anish Giri in St. Louis. It went something along the lines of b6, cd5, e5, and Jan just went f3, g4, rook e2, rook g2.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And the knight got developed on move 15 or thereabouts. It wasn't this precise position, I don't think.
I think that the trend at the moment is to take on c3, take on c4, and it just seems to be equalizing in general.
Yeah, but Mickey is doing something else altogether here. He is basically saying, this is a game which I don't want to play a particularly heavily theoretical line, which might end up with me having to defend a position where I will probably be able to make a draw, but I will never have any winning chances. And instead, let's just play a game of chess where I definitely will be a little bit worse, because rook e8, knight e2, d5, castles, bishop f8 is not really a way to force equality by any stretch. But it does preserve a lot of life in the position. It preserves a lot of pieces on the board. And it gives him an opportunity to to play a long game of chess. I'm interested in, like, I don't know if it's great, but with white here, I'd be at least curious if maybe I can play 3-4, because it's not often that you get in Nimzos in particular a chance to fight for the central control so directly.
Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, black's third move is designed to stop you playing e4, so
Yeah.
it's usually thought to be a bonus. But
Yeah,
with
but-
the knight on e2, you know, if I had my knight on f3, I'd be more interested
Absolutely,
somehow.
yeah. And also, I guess a kind of a classical way to approach this would be to do something like this and try to push for a 3-4. But black is, I think, reasonably well placed to counter it the way you're supposed to counter it by attacking
Yeah, this
the
is
center.
theoretical, and it's
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah. And instead of all this, Juvenjun started with b2, b3, which seems playable but slow-ish. b6. Okay, now I am very curious. Because
now I want to go e4.
Yeah. I guess the response is we can just take and play bishop b7. And once again, the topic that Malcolm raised, with knight on f3 here, I can't actually...
Even bishop
I think you
g5
can do
doesn't
it.
work.
Bishop
there.
g5 works, doesn't it?
I know. I just
No,
want-
bishop takes f3.
Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is kind of well known. We can actually try to organize.
You should put that on the board.
Let's put it on the board.
Yeah.
It's a good
Because
tic-tac.
because it's a thing that maybe some of our viewers have not seen.
You
so-
can tell I've never played an orthodox position, Malk, otherwise...
Yeah, so
would have known about
we
that
were
one.
discussing this position, but with a knight on e2. With a knight on f3, there's a tactic which many of us know, but always bears repeating. Bishop g5 seems to be a blunder because bishop takes f3 removes the support from the bishop on g5.
Ironically, queen takes f3, queen takes a8. It also
exists.
We
but-
get you on the rebound.
Yeah. But queen d2 is a move. If you haven't seen this before, it's a very
cute.
famous tactic and a very cute tactic. Now the queen still has no moves apart from queen takes d4, but this is why we chose d2 and not, for instance, c1, because we have bishop takes h7 and queen takes d4, and we end up a lot of material up. But obviously works quite well with knight on f3, and not at all well with a knight on e2, because you cannot support bishop g5 from e2. And this looks quite healthy for black. We will play knight d7, we will play c7, c5. It doesn't look bad at all. So I guess with the inclusion of b3, b6, you do spend a moment on this, but then you probably decide not to do it. You play bishop b2, black played bishop b7, she played knight f4, and Mickey continues playing very, very slowly with this move a7, a6. I guess this is an indication that he is not altogether sure where the knight will go to d7, or whether he might, in some positions, want to play c5, knight c6.
And Jun's played the move that I would have played in a heartbeat here, queen f3.
Yeah, it feels very logical. With knight on f4, it feels very logical to put the queen on f3. And also...
Pressure on d5, yeah?
Pressure on d5, and ideas of g4, g5 are very often in this structures a lot more serious than they look. Let's say knight d7. I mean, obviously the big question is, can I just take on d5? Maybe I can. But if I can't, this is a very, very serious move in many positions like this. Just try, I mean, knight e4 exists, but if we can somehow deal with the idea of knight e4, just pushing it to g5, playing h2, h4, is something that white is often quite interested in. But the more pertinent question, of course, is why are we not just taking on d5? I don't see any immediate refutation.
And there's some knight c5 at the end or
Yeah,
something?
takes knight c5, but we can maybe finesse it a little bit. I think, this is very interesting. This comes close to working, but I don't think it does work. I wanted to play knight f6 check, gf6, something like queen g4 check, bishop g7, and then bishop takes f6 with mate, but unfortunately
g6,
it's not mate, yeah.
And, sorry, I think there is something there for white.
We can include bishop c4, but maybe we just play bishop c4, actually. I thought b5, but after b5 I can just take, and the pawn on c4 supports the knight on d5. So I think bishop c4 might be quite strong, actually. The question is, how do we unpin ourselves after knight a6? But maybe there is... I have knight f6, queen takes b7, right?
Yeah.
And we end up
That's
a healthy pawn up, yeah?
It's just a win, isn't it? Yeah.
So yeah, queen f3 is very logical. I like the way Juvenjun is doing this so far in this game.
Yeah, I'm not concerned for Mickey, but I'm a little bit because it's not clear how you're supposed to complete development here. If d5 is actually hanging, you don't want to put the knight on c6 and c5.
Yeah, but let's take a look at this. It's going to be massively risky if you play c5.
Yeah, exactly.
And you don't want to play c6, but
no,
it looks grim.
So, I mean, if you go c5, you're probably inviting, I don't know, rook ad1 here.
Yeah, honestly, even...
Or take on c5 first.
Yeah, let me just try to get the board to cover. Something like this. Eventually, please. If we trade everything in the center and then go rook ad1, it looks kind of horrendous, honestly, because it looks like some tactics are about to start flying, and you might be in tremendous amounts of trouble. The board is decided to die on me.
When the board actually finally catches up, and there are black pawns on c5 and d5, these will be what's called hanging pawns, and it looks like an almost ideal setup for white against it.
Yeah. It's about as bad
as it can get.
As bad as it can get for black.
Here's a question for you.
Yep. Go on.
When it updates, and hopefully it will in a second, we're going to put the position. Yeah, because people are asking, why are you here, right? So I'm trying to pose some...
Who's asking that?
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised. I'm going to try and pose some interesting questions. When that position comes up, the question I'm going to ask you is, if you had to choose any player in history, imagine you had to choose a fantasy team, but you had to choose one player that you'd put all your money on to play that position with white in the history of chess, in that specific setup, who would it be?
Somehow the first name that came to mind was Spassky.
Interesting.
I don't really know why, but the thing
How
is,
interesting.
I have a feeling that the position is so good that...
Of course, a lot of grandmasters would do well here, but if there's just one guy you had to back...
Yeah, I don't know. Gary, I think, in his youth, has done a lot of damage to these types of structures.
And who's somebody you wouldn't take?
It's just, these types of questions work better when it feels like it's a playable position.
When it's actually a bit closer.
I think white is actually threatening knight d5.
Yeah, I think.
Knight d5, knight d5, knight d5, bishop c5, bishop h7 or something.
For my education here,
I don't know, we play a5 or something.
Yeah, knight d5. Knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5, bishop h7, king h7, rook d5, followed by rook h5.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just collapsing.
Immediately winning.
Yeah. No, my question is, we can do a bit of a poll here, the three of us.
Yeah.
In 10 seconds, I will switch the engine on and let it run for 10 seconds.
Okay.
What do you think the evaluation here is?
Okay.
1.5.
Oh, you're miles off. This is Toasterama.
This is 3.
No, it's way beyond 3. This is like 5.9.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not going to be 5. But I think it's above 1.5. I'll take 2.
I'll take
okay.
All right, for the next.
I'll tell you what, Lawrence will put £10 an evaluation point. Yeah,
you got a deal. I'm going to say. So you've got 1. You've got 2.
No, I'm taking 2. Malcolm took 1.5.
I'm taking over 2.
Over 2. Okay.
And I tell you what, if it's over 3. You owe me 2 pints.
2 pints, and the bar is over there.
And a packet of crisps.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, it's already above 2.
There you go.
And it's growing. Yeah. It's not. It's not far above 2.
You stick to your Grunfelds, mate.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. The larger point is we were not lying to you about this. It's just completely busted. You cannot go for this.
It's horrific.
And that actually kind of poses the question, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think Mickey's in serious trouble here.
Like, what move do you make?
Well, I don't know. Rook a7 or g6, I'm thinking.
Rook a7?
Yeah.
If Mickey plays that, I suggest you call the ambulance.
Do I get the pints back if he plays rook a7?
Well, if he plays rook a7, yeah, you get the pints back and interest. There is zero chance that Mickey... Well, I say 0.
No, it's not 0. It's definitely.
This has happened to me before, where I said there's 0 chance, and of course it was played.
Let's not do that. Yeah. But
he's actually really lacking moves here. I mean, there really are very few ideas in this position here.
Call the Bondulans.
I think that this position is just really bad.
It's very unpleasant. It is very, very unpleasant.
What does the engine do now?
What does the engine
is it
actually
+1 yet?
do?
Or?
No, it's gonna be over.
It's gonna suggest c6. I have a feeling or something. Yeah. Rook a7 first line.
Oh my goodness.
7. Thank you very much, ladies and
Oh
gentlemen.
my
I rest my case.
I mean, this is a beautiful move.
With that, I'm afraid I'm going to leave you.
You're gonna leave.
Because it's not going to get any better than this for me. So
This
I'm
is a
off.
triumph. Yeah, this is a triumph for sure. A triumph, Bourneville.
Amazing.
Yeah, but I think it's an indication of just let's reposition ourselves a little
Rejig.
bit. Yeah. It is very much an indication of just how dangerous this is. I suspect c6 is not losing, but it's just such an ugly choice that you really, really would like not to. Yeah, the point of rook a7, of course, is that it does generate the idea of playing d5 takes c4.
Of course.
A very natural response here would be to play something like queen
Absolutely.
h3. And then you do actually play g7, g6,
Right.
another move that we were suggesting.
Yes.
And you hope that nothing really bad is going to happen to you in the next 3 to 5 moves, and you get to play knight bd7, bishop g7. My arrows are even more abysmal than usual today. And eventually maybe play c7, c5. But yeah, it's
No, but actually, you know
tricky.
what? This is okay. This is okay.
I mean,
Black,
for a given value of okay, yeah, it's
no, this is black is just in time here. I think. I think rook a7 is a critically important move. Actually,
yeah.
I don't think you'll be happy playing it, but there isn't really much else.
Okay, let's wait for Mickey to settle on something and go through our positions again. This is now a position in the game between Shreyas and Gwen Jones, where we left it here. And I was wondering, after knight takes c5, honestly, I think rook takes c5 is playable. But Gwen decided to go for this structure because, honestly, it's a lot better when there's no knight on d7.
Yeah.
You just breathe a lot easier when you don't have to worry about finding squares for that piece. White went rook d1, he's gone bishop d7, knight d5, and now you see another reason for playing h7, h6. You do make use of that h7 square to avoid the trade, and also very much to aim that knight at the best square on the board.
Yeah.
Like that. So for Shreyas, if he doesn't find something good to do in the next couple of moves, his pieces will start getting knocked back.
Yeah.
And you could even maybe start making an argument that black is kind of more comfortable. I like queen d2, because I think provoking king h7 makes a lot of sense. And also, now that the queen is on d2, if black plays knight e6, you have some knight jumps. Knight takes c7. Let me illustrate this. If you play knight 6 immediately, I do have this tactic now that I have a battery along the g file. I have this tactic which wins a pawn. But black, of course, has the option of starting with c6, knocking the knight away, and then playing something. But once again, it's quite useful for white to have this pressure along the g file, because you would like to play knight e6, knight d4 here, but currently the bishop is hanging, so it's not possible. What's your sort of initial assessment of this position?
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with you. It's a sort of position where it kind of looks rosy at the moment for white with the pressure down the d file, the knight on d5, but they're kind of in the way of each other. And the knight on d5 doesn't actually do very much at the moment. It has to work in tandem with another idea. And as Peter correctly said, if you manage to unravel here as black, you play your c6, you play your knight e6, and the knight lands on d4, suddenly you're just worse with white. And you know, you're the weaker player on paper, you're playing the experienced grandmaster. It's not really what you want as white in this kind of tournament, not at all.
I think he is still completely fine with how the opening came out, Shreyas here. But yeah, it's a position which is maybe for some of our viewers surprisingly not very safe for white. You absolutely are very interested in playing forcefully and creating ideas. And you can't just coast. If you coast for about 5 moves here, you will start looking for ways to equalize, and they might not even be there. So after king h7, I was looking at some ways to do something concrete. Like I have options of queen a5, queen b4, all of those kinds of moves, which I thought made some sense, because I thought maybe queen a5 with the idea of meeting knight a6 with bishop g4 and trying to put pressure on the black setup that way. And I even calculated one line where it worked, which is very specifically c6, queen d8, rook d8, bishop takes e6, and if bishop takes 6, knight c7. And this is actually quite bad for black, but none of this is forced. And Gwen actually starts with, he doesn't even play queen and king h7, he goes c7, c6 immediately, which I think is quite an understandable decision. Why bother calculating all of those queen jumps if you can more or less completely rule them out by driving the knight back to c3? I don't think we can entertain any ideas of leaving it on d5, so
no.
It probably goes back. He still has to play king h7, we're not giving up on h6, I don't think.
No.
I don't think queen h4 makes any sense, does it? No, I don't believe so.
No.
So we're likely to see this anyway. And now there's a question, hang on a second, I'm not sure.
Got to be careful, there's not something silly here, some bishops.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no silly tactic. I think you've got knight e6 here, just.
Well, I mean, if 7 gets dropped, right? And I don't think I will lose this rook.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he's gone h5.
You're not losing the rook.
Yeah, right. He's gone h5, which actually makes a very serious bit of difference here compared to king h7, because f7 will no longer be hanging. In the line we were just showing, f7 will be protected. So bishop c5 now can, and I'm pretty sure will, be met by knight e6 quite happily. So this is not really a particularly attractive option. If we're not playing bishop c5, what are we playing with white? c5, bishop c4 is logical, is a kind of a little improvement to your position, which you always are interested in the structures. But is there anything more proactive, so to speak? Knight a4. It's not really, even if you provoke b6, I don't know if you've achieved anything with white, right? b6 is not really kind of okay playing it.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, it's very slow. We've burned a lot of time, but we have created something we can maybe play against with some kind of b4, a4 type plans. I'm not massively impressed by this, though.
No.
What else do we like?
Not easy. I'm not really the guy to ask from the white side. I've played this all my life from the black side.
Yeah, so have I. This is the kinds of positions I was trying to get in my knight bd7s in my misspent youth before I gave it up and went back to my Grunfeld. Feels quite healthy, honestly, for black.
Yeah.
Just feels okay. I don't think black is better yet, but black feels very comfortable.
I think Gawain's going to be very happy with this position.
Yeah.
Against the young Padawan.
Yeah, let's take a look at... Whoa, okay. We were talking about old school and things of that nature. This is no longer really very old school.
No.
We left it here in the game between Vidit and Andrew Hong. Andrew played a5, a3 as expected, and then h5 as less expected, I have to say. But these days, can you ever really claim to be particularly shocked by people pushing the h-pawn down the board with either color?
Right.
It's just a thing that people do pretty much everywhere. Vidit played knight f3. Andrew played knight d4, really kind of insisting that the path for the h-pawn has to be cleared. Knight takes d4, e4, knight e4, h4. And Vidit kind of notably, I think, to a degree, just castles into what is, you know, pretenses are being made that black has an attack on the king side. And white says, no, do not believe you for a second. I'm very okay having my king on g1. I do not believe I'm in any kind of trouble. Do your worst. I like this. Definitely in terms of the spirit, but also looks perfectly fine because black doesn't really have attackers. Apart from yes being able to open the h file, there aren't really any pieces that support that that kind of play. So we have to make an honorable mention of FG3 existing. But even if, let's say, we just allow black to open the H file completely, in order to have any kind of a serious attack, you probably have to play bishop g4, followed by queen d7, and only then to play bishop h3. Because if you play bishop h3 immediately, I will very happily just take, play king g2, play rook h1 next move, and say, there goes your attack, but you have a slightly compromised structure. We do have to mention that in order to get here, black did have to double his pawns in the center, and I think white is quite happy about that part of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
You, as a
Neanderthal,
notable representative of the hack attack school of.
I was waiting for it.
Yes. You like this for black?
No, I don't actually. I would. It's exactly the sort of position I would get with black, but in full knowledge that it doesn't work, and that my opponent's king is perfectly safe on g1, and I'm lacking development, and I'm lacking piece entry to make this thing work. And you know, Andrew, fair play to him. He's giving it a go, and don't get me wrong, he's still going to have chances. But Vidit is, you know, these guys, these top guys, they don't really buy this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And if you've got something, they'll say, okay, we'll show it, and then if you win, you win. Whereas I think there are some players who wouldn't castle there a bit lower down the ranks just because it looks scary. And I think for all of you guys listening and in the crowd and watching at home, if you're going to get better as a chess player, it's really important to start leaving your pre-programmed biases at the door before the game starts. It's a really massive stumbling block for a lot of players. A lot of my students, they will say to me, well, I didn't play that move because it looks scary. That's the classic one. It looks scary. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean? Well, he's got a pawn there, and it's all very vague, and it's all very, you know, one sort of, not very deep, basically. And then I said, well, look at it again, and now spend a full minute looking at it, and then ask yourself the same question. And a lot of the time we'll say, actually, you know what? Maybe it's not so bad after all. And I think that's an important lesson for people. If you're going to get better, is when you reach a certain level. I'm not really talking about beginner here. I'm talking about really, you know, a lot of you guys here in the audience who are probably improving club, expert level. Was that right? Like, who's like an 1800 player here? Put your hand up. Who's a 2000 player? Who's a 1600 player? So yeah, it's sort of in that race. So it's all that kind of band. If you want to then break 2000, 2200, you have to start thinking like this in chess. And, well, the top players do it to a much larger extent, of course. But, and one thing also we spoke about yesterday, Peter, which is that, you know, the top guys, and especially the new young top guys, they don't have these dogmas, these fears, because they didn't really read the books that we used to. And we were told by Nimzovich that this is bad and this structure is bad. Yeah. They just calculate it. Either it's good or it's bad, and I've calculated it. There's no sense of being scared. Oh, taking that pawn looks scary. I better not do that. Well, no, either it works or it doesn't. That's how modern chess is. It's very unsettling.
It is, yeah. And on occasion, it will produce things which are sort of abominations before God.
Yes.
But not every time. And there's definitely something to be said for coming to the game with no, you know, phobias or preconceptions, and just assessing everything on its own merits. I will say, I like this approach from Andrew Hong, and this is something that I think we were promising to talk about yesterday and ended up not doing, I think. And it's true about Shreyas, but it's also, I'm pretty sure, about Andrew Hong, who is rated 2572. He is obviously a very good chess player. But this will I'm pretty sure this will be a very new experience for him playing in a round robin in front of, you know, both in terms of the level of opposition he is facing, and also just on a very basic level, like there's a lot of attention paid specifically to your games. You are the main event, the central attraction people have come to see, which comes with its own additional pressures and so on. And there are two very distinct ways of dealing with it. And honestly, I think one is correct and the other one isn't. But I think the incorrect one you see a lot more, at least I used to see a lot more. These days, I really enjoy watching the younger generation play now because I think it applies a lot less to them when we're watching it here. What I mean is, you end up invited to your first, let's call this super tournament because it really is.
Yes.
You get invited to your first super tournament. You are an underdog. It's important for your self-esteem not to tank. It's important for your self-esteem to score some points, not to finish last, to do okay. And there's definitely a temptation to play very solidly, to try to go for theoretical positions which you will know very well and which are safe and which give you a good chance of holding, both with white and black, but specifically with white. I think a lot of people kind of go into their shell, try to play this kind of containing chess. Or you can just go, not necessarily kind of overboard, playing riskily, but you can sort of play your own game the way you would play if this was your normal level of tournament. And it can absolutely backfire, or it cannot, and also this is the way you learn. Yeah. You absolutely, I think you learn much faster and you learn much more if you take risks, if you don't try to not play a game of chess every day. And I see this, I think, more and more with this new generation, because I think it's very much a signature quality of the up-and-comers I see these days enter these stratospheric levels, that they seem to be unafraid of pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
They trust themselves and they just play ambitiously, aggressively, the way they would play anyway. And it's very nice to see. And also, I think it's just much better for your chess.
Yes. But it's very unfortunate as well, because, you know, when I was getting better as a youngster and maybe even as a teenager, you know, one of the first series I remember watching was the Intel Rapid series in New York and so on. Did anybody remember that Intel series from the mid-90s? Somebody must remember it. Fantastic series, really professional. You were probably a bit too young?
I never qualified for the knockout stage.
Right.
A couple of times, for those of you who don't know what it is, it was the kind of the early precursor to the modern, like the Grand Prix. And the format was, there would be a final knockout, 16 players would play in that. I think generally 10 of them would be invited, and 6 players would qualify from a massive Swiss held a couple of days prior to the knockout, where you would get these really, really big fields. Pretty much everybody who could come to that particular location. They were normally like an event in Moscow, an event in New York, an event in London, and I think maybe one in Paris as well. They were held in really kind of very central locations. And if you could come to play kind of physically, you would, because they were the new shiny thing. They were very well organized, very nicely paid as well, and everybody wanted to try to qualify. So the top 6 in the Open would qualify directly to play in the knockout, and places from 7th to 12th would get, I remember that it's because it's a very round number, you would get $1,000, but you were not going to qualify for the knockout. And I got that grand, I think, a couple of times, but I never qualified for
the... Just to go back to the reason I mentioned this series is because when this was sort of when I was 10, 11, 12, I was watching this, of course, the great Garry Kasparov was the main card, the main feature of this event. And I don't think there'll ever be a player again in history who's got such an intimidating aura about them as Gary. And what Peter was saying earlier is you play some kids nowadays, and I use that word because they are kids. We're talking about 8, 9, 10. And they don't care if you're the best player on Mars and Earth and sitting opposite them. They'll just try and beat you anyway.
Yeah.
But 30 years ago, if you sat down opposite Gary, he takes his watch off, and you kind of have to fidget in your excuse me.
Yeah.
So it's even bringing on my cough in your seat, because you know you're going to get these big hairy arms and the growl and all the energy. And nowadays, I mean, let's take Ding. Ding is the most unassuming, least intimidating guy you could probably ever think of.
Physically intimidating, no. Yeah, he's not that. Yeah.
I mean, he's at the board, he's all curled up, he's all nervous and shy. He'll still beat you, but that's besides the point. But, you know, so it's all changed. But I tell you what, let's bring it back. Let's bring back that physical intimidation at the board. Let's get a big guy. You know, we've got Magnus, he maybe, but, you know, just get some...
Yeah, although... As a slight counter note to what you were saying, I agree with most of it. But even then, and one of the most striking experiences of those tournaments, well, not my personal experience, but I remember it quite distinctly. There was like 94, 95, 96 was the heyday of those tournaments, and it coincided with the rise of one Alexander Morozevich, and he is, I think, 1 year younger than me, even, if I remember that correctly. And he, at that time, he kind of came slightly out of nowhere because he was a reasonably bright star in the junior tournaments. And then he sort of disappeared. And there was maybe a couple of years between, I don't know, 91 and 93, where it felt like he may have, I don't know, not quit, but maybe sort of that early promise might end up being unfulfilled. And then in 94, he started winning every game. And for instance, I think it was in 94 that he came to London and scored 9.5 out of 10 in the Lloyds Bank tournament, making one draw along the way and qualifying for the rapid knockout. And he would get to those rapid knockouts and play like the King's Gambit against Vishay. And with success as well occasionally. It's not like he would play it and then resign by move 15 and the game would be like, it would feel like folly. No, he was doing it very seriously and playing it quite well. And he was sort of the early precursor of the generation we see now, I think. Somebody who was singularly unafraid of anybody and anything, and just filled with such self-belief and confidence. That was just awesome to watch as somebody who grew up sort of alongside him. Maybe let's briefly take a look at whether there's something since... Oh, very interesting. Knight b7 was played, and c takes d5. I guess, and I was trying to calculate this, c takes d5, black does have a6, c5. And in the end, Juvenjun decided not to do that, played rook f d1, and Mickey is once again thinking. In the game between Gwaine and Shreyas, nothing sensational has happened since we spoke about it. Hong took on g3, and Vidit is still choosing between h takes and f takes. And in the game between Mamedyarov and Vitsugov, e5 was met by knight d5, a move I kind of ignored. I don't know why. It seems very logical. Nikita played rook d1, and Shah played takes, castles. Lawrence's favorite move, rook d3, did make an appearance, and now black played queen h4, which might look like a very strange move, because after rook h3, why are you giving white this very free tempo? But the intention, of course, is to play knight f4, defending your queen tactically, forcing white to give up one of the bishop pair, and then the queen on f4 is also a very useful defending piece after queen h5, h6, for instance. So a sharp position, but one where black seems to be doing okay-ish so far. And I think this is a good time for us to take our first break, and we'll be back in a
10 minutes.
short while with the continuation of the second round of the London Chess Classic 2024. Welcome back to our coverage of London Chess Classic 2024, sponsored by XTX Markets. Thanks to the sponsors for this wonderful event. And we are midway through the first time control, I guess would be a way to describe it, with some games hitting up quite nicely. And one of them absolutely is that game that we spent some time talking about before going on break, the game between Vidit and Andrew Hong. And after h takes g3, Vidit spent quite a bit of time on the decision and ended up taking h takes, which I think the engine sort of disagrees with and says f takes is stronger, but it's still very playable. I think it's another one of those cases where you see the advantages of playing f takes because the h file remains at least partly closed. You open the file for your own rook. I think listing the advantages of this move is quite easy, but also the idea that you should be taking towards the center has been drummed into you so massively that your hand still kind of refuses to make that move.
Yes.
And he ended up taking with this pawn, and now black has this square on g4 towards which you can aim your pieces, and I think playing knight h6 was something that was quite possible, because I think the optimal piece on this square is actually not the bishop, it's the knight. My guess is Andrew probably didn't like the idea of having to play f7, f6 if white plays bishop g5, but it's not such a big deal, frankly. And then you get to play knight g4, maybe you play f6, f5 later. Instead, you put the bishop on g4, which is still very logical, but maybe slightly less precise. And Vidit played rook e1, a bit of a mysterious move, because I don't think the pawn on e2 was under much threat. So I don't know why this was preferred over many alternatives. It's not that I don't like rook e1, it's more that it feels to me that if white is to be better here, we probably want to do something proactive very soon, because black will be able to finish development. You probably want as black to play queen d7, knight has to get developed somewhere. I don't know if black... Would you actually be looking to castle here with black, or are you okay keeping the king on e8 for the time being?
Yeah, probably okay with it on e8 at the moment.
Yeah,
I don't really see the need. I only need a queen and a rook to checkmate you. I don't need both of them.
Yeah, and I guess maybe the way to explain rook e1 is, as I pointed out before we went on break, the plan for black to create an actual attack here involves playing queen d7 and then bishop h3.
Correct.
And if there is no rook on f1, let's say you play queen d7, I play something like before, you play bishop h3, I can play something like bishop f3 or perhaps bishop h1 and just ignore it altogether. But still, rook e1 feels...
Hold on. You've got the classic... By the way, I just want to show the kids after bishop h1, because this is an idea you borrow from certain dragons. Yes, the move bishop f1. Which
it is very cute, yeah.
It's cute. It's very cute. The idea is if you take with the rook, queen h3. Now it's not actually mate, unfortunately, because of the unfortunate positioning of the king, because you can do a kamikaze. Well,
No.
you'd have to give up 2 pieces. So yeah, it just doesn't work actually.
No, this is mate because
This is
queen h2,
mate.
queen h2 is an unstoppable threat. And
Yes.
the point of specifically bishop f1, of course, is that you just need to move this bishop away from this diagonal to clear
Correct.
the runway, so to speak, for your own queen. And that really is the only square you can use, but it is a very efficient way of doing things. And Andrew has played queen c8, which is, I mean, very close to queen d7. I don't know, I mean, choosing between queen c8 and queen d7 is going to be quite difficult because the differences are, I think, very minute. Your b7 pawn might not hang in some positions, but your rooks are not going to be connected, for instance, some way down the line. If you don't manage to create a mating attack on the king side, and you do eventually have to play a normal game of chess, so to speak, you might prefer to have your queen in a slightly more active square where both of your rooks have access to the center. But yeah, for the time being, Vidit needs to do something about the very direct play Andrew has against the king side. I guess.
How ugly is the move? It's too ugly, right?
What do you want to do? F3 knight
Yeah.
f2 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
I mean, it does prevent mate.
Because at least we've got maybe e3.
But yeah, you kind of give up. I mean, you do have rook h1.
Rook h1.
It's playable, but
it's ugly.
I think it's very ugly, and it's also very much an admission that you are no longer really playing for advantage. You would very much like to do something more ambitious, but I don't know what
Correct.
that is. I really don't know what that is.
Correct.
And this is, honestly, this is why f takes g3 would have been just so much, I think, so much simpler to navigate. Like, if black plays bishop g4, we can, I think, quite safely ignore it and start doing our own thing on the queen side, or we can throw in bishop g5 with, like, queen g2, queen f4 ideas. And bishop h3 is just going to be completely empty. It's just not going to do
Yes.
anything. And we can also put the rook on f2, which really puts paid to any threats black could, hope to develop on the king side. Now, this is, despite the absolutely telegraphed nature of what black is doing here, it is surprisingly awkward to deal with. Although maybe we can do it this way. Maybe we can, let's say, we play before black plays bishop h3, we play bishop f3. And if you continue chasing this bishop around, I do have the move e2, e3, which I think solves most, if not all, of our problems, because once the queen lands on f3, there's never going to be any mating attack.
Correct.
And also, I think we're very interested in the idea of opening up the e-file while the black king is still on e8. So maybe we can do it this way. Let's say we play b4. Let's try to figure out what black will do with this approach. What do we have as black here that is not bishop h3? Let's include AB just for clarity's sake, yeah? And now try to figure out that what options exist for black apart from the one that we keep on mentioning. And also importantly, since we showed bishop h1, bishop f1, this tactic does not work with the bishop on f3 because white will be taking with the king. Nothing is hanging on h1, and queen h3 check, bishop g2 just covers everything very, very comfortably. So it solves that problem as well.
Correct.
So what is the plan?
Yeah, well,
maybe we just go knight f6. Maybe we, apart from preparing bishop h3, the other thing that the move queen c8 does, also queen d7, but queen c8 in particular, because it also protects b7, is that it prepares knight f6, which in the previous position was kind of borderline unplayable because of the move bishop g5. And this pin is just, massively unpleasant for black. But having unpinned ourselves with queen c8 after, let's say, b4, a4, ab, I think we can and maybe even should play knight f6. Just return to normalcy in some way. Try to trade those knights off, maybe castle short, or go, if white takes on f6, I'd be tempted to go king f8, king g7, go for the kind of a slow manual castling, keeping the rook on the open file.
Yes. All very plausible.
Valid points, you think?
Yes.
Good. I like
Um,
making valid points.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's let this one breathe for a bit and check in with the game between Nikita Vichigov and Shahmamedjarov. After queen h4, Nikita played rook g3. Interestingly, I checked briefly with the engine, and the engine was suggesting something which I think many players would just kind of, the move would not occur to them.
Okay.
The first line in this position on my screen was the move bishop b3 takes d5, which I think is just not something that crosses your field of vision.
No, it's not even a candidate move, is it?
Yeah,
Really?
I think it's not really, but it does make very specific sense in this particular position, because after bishop takes d5, you have this very strong move rook d4, which forces the queen all the way back because there are really no squares for it on the king side, and then you go rook g4.
Wow.
And basically, black will have to touch the f7 pawn, because either immediately or after something like king h8, bishop g5, you can't survive for very long under the threat of white playing bishop g5, f6, and giving some kind of a mate on the king side. So you end up having to play f7, f6. And then after ef, gf, and something like bishop h4, the engine claims it's a little bit better for white. But it's not really all that much. I understand it's not sensational. But it was making the argument that this is stronger than anything else. And after rook g3, black went knight f4, knight g6. Very notable just how safe the king side immediately starts looking once you land this knight on g6. White went bishop a3, rook fc8, bishop d6, queen f4. This looks honestly very decent for black.
Yeah,
I don't really see any problems whatsoever for Shahryar here.
No, you'd be taking black here all day.
It should still be around equal, I suspect. But yeah, I mean, if I have to pick, I'd probably pick black here.
It's about being the right side of equal. And if your attacks peter out in a position like this where you've given the rook lift, well, what has black got in his favor? He's got that long-term structural advantage. And he's got a great bishop on b7 and a knight which can cause a lot of damage when it starts jumping.
Yeah. I don't really want to take the queens off at all for white here, so I'm tempted to start by suggesting queen e2.
Yes.
And after queen e2, I mean, the ideal scenario for black probably involves us getting the knight over to f5. But currently, knight h4, rook g4 feels a bit awkward. I'm not sure it's great. We still do have queen h6, but I'm not really ecstatic about placing my pieces on these types of squares. But the thing is, it's kind of difficult to improve here. Our pieces are on very good squares, but it's kind of difficult to double on the c-file to exert additional pressure against the pawn on c3, because it would involve us playing rook c6, and it's not a particularly aesthetically attractive move, blocking off your own bishop on b7. Some ideas of a5, a4 maybe would be interesting in some positions, but you kind of have to pay attention to not blundering the pawn on b5. And if you give white free rein here, something like rook d1 followed by rook d4 needs to be paid attention to.
Yes.
Actually, maybe queen e1 might be... Although knight h4 becomes much stronger because we no longer have rook g4, yeah? My argument was that if we play queen e2 and black plays, I don't know, two moves of some description, after rook d4 check, there is still queen c1 check in response, forcing us basically to go back to d1. And I thought maybe it makes sense, to, in the current position, to put the queen all the way back to e1, to not give black access to the c1 square, and to make the idea of rook d1, d4 kind of achieve more and be a bit faster. But it's a bit, I think, artificial.
Yeah.
I think your hand still makes the move queen e2 here much more than it wants to make the move queen e1. It's interesting that Nikita is still kind of deep in the tank here, because...
Yeah, as I say, I'm not I'm not in love with White's position here
No,
at all.
no, but I don't know if it's really poor necessarily.
Maybe it's
just,
not poor. Yeah.
I think it's maybe okay.
Mhm.
Black could continue chasing the queen around. A move like queen e4 is definitely a playable alternative to the things we were already discussing. But I guess I'm not sure the pawn on e5 is hanging, so I think we can probably afford to play something like queen d2 here and try to bring the rook in via the e1 square. Feels to me like the way to describe this position is Black is very healthy. There is no more attack on the king side in the future for White. It doesn't seem realistic to hope for that anymore. But with the bishop on d6 cementing everything, it's a pretty solid position. It's not that easy for Black to exert any kind of pressure here.
Possibly. Yes. Okay. Should we
elsewhere?
Yeah. Should we move on?
Elsewhere in whoa.
What woe did we get? Going? What happened to my pawns?
Yeah, this is very surprising to me. We left it here, and Shreyas played b2, b4, bishop g5, and now a very striking decision, a decision I honestly quite seriously disagree with. He allowed Gawain to create those weaknesses in his camp. I don't like this.
No.
I mean, the one good thing about doubling your pawns this way is that there's no longer this square on d4 Black can aim his pieces at. But you've created this massive weakness for Black to play against. This is very pleasant for Gawain. You play something like bishop e6, the knight comes out via h7 to f6 and starts exerting pressure against the white center. Black plays h5, h4 and asks White, do you want to play h3 yourself, or do you want to allow us to put our own pawn on h3? This is just very pleasant for Black.
Yeah.
Gawain is having a very, very good couple of days. I think he legitimately has very decent winning chances now.
Oh, yes.
Which would put him on 2 out of 2 and in the kind of convincing early lead in the tournament. And,
yes.
And in the game between our two quote-unquote outsiders, the people who have lost yesterday, looks like Mickey has solved most of his problems here. After knight f3, knight bd7, I mentioned it in bussing, but we should probably show it on the board more closely. The reason c takes d5 hasn't been played is I'm pretty sure this move is 6 e5, which is very clever, using the fact that after d5, knight e5, there is now decent counterplay against the pawn on d5, and after, for instance, queen e2 takes, I can play bishop d6, and I can continue digging at the white setup, which probably ends up either with White having to allow bishop takes f4, or with us winning the pawn on d5 back. And if you don't take on e5, if you play something like, I don't know, knight fe2, we probably take on d4. Once again, if you take with the knight, knight e5 is going to be very strong. And if you double your pawns this way, we can go b5, knight b6, and go after the d5 pawn with all of our forces, which seems to be completely fine. So she played rook fd1 instead. Mickey played c6. She played knight h5, a move I don't love, although I sort of understand that perhaps she was worried if she goes like rook ac1 here, you do have to at least ask yourself if you have a good reply to e6, e5, d5, knight takes e5. I'm not sure it's that great, to be honest, after something like queen g3 or queen h3, but you have to calculate it. And she was clearly unhappy with the idea of playing c takes d5, c takes d5. And then you want to move your knight away from the square on which it can be attacked, but it offloads a lot of pressure. Obviously, the center is a lot safer now. Queen e2, bishop g7, rook c1, and Mickey chooses to play b6, b5 here. Sort of provoking c5, but c5 obviously immediately gets met by 6 e5. This is quite healthy. So, a position which seems very balanced. And we have just seen Juven Jun play a4 in response. Kind of giving Black the option to... No, it doesn't work. I was going to say it gives Mickey the option of severely destabilizing the structure in the center by going dc4, bc4, b4, and trying to follow it up with c6, c5 next move. But unfortunately for Black, there is knight d6, which attacks a little bit too much material. So
Correct.
it doesn't quite work out. I think if black just plays b5 before here, let's say knight b1, and then just a6, a5, I think black is very healthy. But it's going to be very difficult to play this for a win. Frankly, for either color, but probably for black more than for white. Maybe against knight d2, I can start by playing bishop b5 first, and then try to get this knight over to f3. So I think by this point, Mickey's position has to be pretty healthy. But I am struggling to formulate a plan which will allow him to sharpen this up to his satisfaction. And I'm pretty sure he would like to get some winning chances today, but it feels like white is very, very solid.
Agreed.
Yeah. Where do we go?
Wherever you want.
Let's check in with... Yeah, and we did play b2 before. This does look like maybe the sharpest position we have so far.
Yes.
And now for Andrew Hong, I think there's a clear choice. Like knight f6 is a return to the normal mode of playing, trying to finish development, trying to challenge the white knight on the central square. Or he could try to continue playing with the couple of pieces he has developed. But I don't think bishop h3, bishop f3 does anything much at all. So my feeling is you do have to
on bishop h3, bishop f3. I'd like to play the move knight e5.
Yeah, that would be very strong here. I keep on forgetting that Lichess will not allow me to draw an arrow, which is not a legal move.
Right.
I keep on trying to just illustrate that the knight needs to go to e5, and the knight cannot get to e5 here, which honestly is a pretty good way to sum up the problems Andrew has here, because his mating attack without knight e5 being a legal move is that Ilya Smirin?
It looks like Ilya Smirin. He's gained a little bit of weight if he has. By the way, talking about the Intel series from '95,
he was very
prominent. Yeah.
He was very much a fixture. Yeah.
Yeah, he was extremely prominent.
Yeah, does look like him. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
Who knows the name of Ilya Smirin? A few people. Sorry.
It is him.
It is him.
It is being confirmed to us that it is Ilya. Yeah, I haven't. I've seen him. I played him actually in September during the that rapid tournament I won in Jerusalem. But, but yeah, I haven't seen him venture too far outside of his comfort zone, so to speak. So it's very much a blast from the past. I think I first played him in 1995, which is almost 30 years ago.
Wowzers!
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a great player, great blitz player. Obviously, now he's going to be still a strong grandmaster. But what will he be in his late 50s, early 60s?
No, probably early to mid 50s. He's not that much older than me. I don't think. No, he's probably like 54, 55,
really?
something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can look it up, but it's not very critical.
I'll have a quick look.
Yeah. He used to be. He was very much part of that generation, which at some point was a kind of the dominant crop of players who were kind of not as good as Kasparov, but better than most other people. Grew up alongside 56. And kind of 56, yeah, alongside and sort of very much close to Boris Gelfand, both of them. Belarusian players originally.
Correct.
I think Andrew made a very quirky move here, by the way. He declined to include a BAB, and he played King E8, F8 here.
I was thinking about this move.
Yeah, I mentioned this idea of castling manually here, but
Excuse me.
I did want to start with knight f6, but I guess he feels that committing to I'll do it on my own for a bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Committing to a square for the knight on g8 is maybe something he doesn't really want to do yet. And also, if you're not including a b4, you do have to pay attention to the idea of b takes a5 and then perhaps rook takes b7, which would have worked with the king on e8 because knight takes d6 would have been a check. And then we would pick up the queen on b7. But with the king on f8, of course, those tactics are no longer valid because the knight on e4 has no jumps which give a check to the king on f8, which is self-evident. I'm still not quite sure why we're not including a BAB. I guess maybe the reasoning is if we do, and we play king f8 here, perhaps white will be interested in the idea of playing bishop b2, rook a1, and you will have to pay some attention to the queen side, which I guess in the game he feels white is going to struggle to make him care about the queen side at all. But I think, without reading too much into it, a move like this does seem to tell me that Andrew is leaning more towards the idea of giving mate today, compared to the idea of just finishing development and equalizing. I think he wants to preserve as much of his attacking potential on the king side as possible, and therefore he is not really offering peace trades. He is not really telling white very much about his follow-up ideas, keeping things as fluid as possible.
Very modern to keep things as fluid as possible.
Yes.
The move. Goodness. My mic. Sorry about that, guys. I've had this awful flu that I had about a week ago, and I'm just kind of getting over it, and it's just. So apologies for that. Your original thoughts in this position, you want to kind of go queen f5, queen h5. That's at least what I see here.
Yeah. If white does absolutely nothing to stop that, it will generate some very strong threats. Yeah.
Yes.
You have to assume white probably has something to say about the queen getting to h5.
But basically, what I think the problem is.
Tell me.
I'm trying to find a refutation for it because it's just so direct.
Why hasn't it been played previous move then?
Yeah, because I think there's an issue with the king on e8. Somehow.
In what way?
So, for example, if we played f3 here, I know it's ugly.
It's okay. Yeah, with the queen on f5, I don't mind it. We can play g4
and
here,
g4,
yeah,
exactly.
We can play g4.
And can we go f4? Is this just ridiculous? I guess
we can, but we are being kind of dragged in.
Yeah, and
maybe
if you go
slightly
queen e6, and now maybe I can't go e3 here. This is the problem, right? I need to do it in another way. Intuitively I felt. So there's no knight g5. No, there's
knight queen takes g4 seems to work out okay.
It does
for
seem
black,
to work out. And takes e3.
But after queen takes d1, you're not going to be able to. I mean, b7 is hanging.
b7 is hanging.
b7 is hanging in the end, so maybe it's playable. Yeah. Okay. None of this is forced, of course. We're just trying to kind of spitball a plausible line to illustrate the ideas. In terms of how do we stop the queen from reaching h5, we have some ways of kind of hard stopping it, such as knight g5, but they look artificial. My initial idea, honestly, was f3 g4.
Yes.
But maybe...
Yes.
How strong is it?
Well,
I mean, what if I just go ba, queen h5, and then I play, I don't know, f3. My plan is to meet queen h2, bishop, queen h2, king f2, bishop h3 was simply by playing rook g1 and claiming that you can get no further. I have a bit of a problem with the idea of immediate bishop h3, though. I'm currently undecided on the topic of how not to get mated here. Maybe we play like queen a4 check, king f8, queen b5. You play f5, I assume.
This is all very creative.
Yeah, I have no idea if what I'm saying makes any sense whatsoever. It becomes incredible mess.
Take on G2?
Yeah, take on G2, queen takes A8, king somewhere.
It's not clear, actually.
It's all incredibly messy, and I really don't have any idea what's going on. But it's interesting that this hasn't been played, because shockingly, it's not that easy to refute, and playing king f8 does give white an additional tempo to prepare for it in some way.
That's true.
In what way, though?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what we're going to let him figure out, right?
Yeah, strategically, you would like to play b5 and then immediately b6, but I think Black can actually afford to play b7, b6 himself. It looks kind of meh, but it also stops all the advances White has on the king on the queen side. And now we can absolutely dedicate all of our lives to creating threats. I think we did played something. I think he played queen b3.
By the way, if you see commotion around here, reason Arsenal are currently 4-0 up against West Ham, and it's the first half. So there should be some very happy
ground stuff.
Yeah, ground stuff here, yeah. If they're proper Arsenal supporters. So, yeah. I mean, look, I think this is still a 3 results game. Either White wins, White draws, or White wins. And
yeah, I don't know about that. Queen b3 is an indication that Vidit doesn't actually believe very much in this.
He hasn't believed a thing since the guy went h5. He said, listen, mate.
And another thing I will say about this position is that now that we haven't taken on before in the previous move, we probably will not be able to do that at all, because, I mean, what I mean is, I think queen takes b4 is very strong here, is my point.
Oh, right, okay.
In particular, because of something like rook a7, we can go c5, d5, c6, discover, check, which ends the game on the spot.
Yes.
So the train kind of has left the station on that. And we have to... It feels to me like we might have to gamble now, because b takes a5 is just a very strong threat. So maybe we have to go in with something like queen h5. Sorry, queen f5, b8, queen h5. But my problem is, I do not know if this is mate.
That's true.
I have a feeling that queen takes b7 might actually be playable here. Let's say we go queen h2, king f1, we go bishop h3, queen takes a8 check, king g7. Is it mate? Maybe it is mate, actually.
It feels like mate.
e3, though. Maybe we just go e3 and we run. Because the threat here is not just to take on g2, which we can actually protect.
Yes.
The threat is also queen h1 mate, which is something that is important to know. The spin gives Black not 1, but 2 very, very strong mating threats. So all we have in a way of defense is just running. But running might actually do. e3, let's say bishop takes, king e2, queen h5 check, king d2. And our attackers are all kind of far away, even though, I mean, we can include some of them in the game. Something like knight f6 maybe is playable here. But White is a significant amount of material up. And if Black doesn't actually get there with their somewhat speculative attack, White is going to probably win simply because of that material advantage. Yeah, this is going to be a very fun game to watch. Is there a way for Black not to go all in here?
I don't think there is, actually, because I think once you've set out your shop like this, you are basically saying, I am fully invested in this attack. And it's very difficult to suddenly switch up plans here, because you don't really have the flexibility.
Not anymore.
Of your
and
pieces.
Honestly, it's like kind of remarkable just how much of a difference not including a4 has made.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you wanted to play king f8, but you wanted to do it this way, queen b3 would generate almost no threats. Yes, you would have to pay attention to the idea of White playing c4, c5. It probably honestly deserves attention, because White desperately wants to open something either on the queen side or in the center. It is a plan. But compared to the threat of ba5 and queen takes b7, this is such small fry that yeah, it's a very, very big difference. So king f8, queen b3. Knight f6 seems borderline unplayable now because I will just take, and I will go ba or ba immediately, and I will take on b7 next move, and our attack just doesn't seem fast enough on the king side, frankly. I don't know. Very curious.
Well, I'm not a believer in Andrew's position, but he will navigate these positions much better than I ever would. So let's see. Shall we move on?
Yeah, let's take a look at something else. This might actually end quite soon.
Oh, really?
And therefore maybe pays to stay with it. In the position after queen f4, Nikita played queen e2, and Shachis played queen h4 back, indicating that he would like to play knight f4, I guess, even though I don't really understand why it's such a big threat, but it's annoying. Nikita played queen e3, so they have already repeated this twice, I think.
Yeah, so one more time.
Queen e2, e3 is basically a draw for now.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikita is trying to figure out if there's a stronger move to make, because I guess the point of knight f4 is illustrated the easiest with the line rook d1, knight f4, queen e3, rook takes c3, using this fork on e2 as a nice little tactic. Obviously, queen e3 is not forced. You can play something like queen e1 or queen g2, but even knight h5 might be honestly a bit annoying here, with the idea of meeting rook h3 with queen g4 and starting to ask these kinds of small uncomfortable questions with the rook might end up being locked out on h3. So yeah, Nikita generally is a very ambitious player. He doesn't like giving up white color games, doesn't like cutting games short, but he might struggle to convince himself he has anything here, because I think he is still very much of the generation which believes in taking objective decisions. And if he doesn't think he is better, I have a feeling he is going to be unwilling to push the boat too far out. But we'll see. We'll see. This is that game. This is the position, the current position in the game between Gwaine Jones and Shreyas. Yeah, White is now basically hoping and praying that this is solid enough and doesn't crumble. You do have some trumps. In particular, you have the square d6 for the rook, maybe in some positions, even though currently if Gwaine wants, he can push the white rook away from the d file and then play something like bishop g4. Looks kind of scary for White, honestly, because you will have to play this position, and now after rook d3, like your things are under tremendous amounts of pressure. Like e3 is hanging, the knight is hanging. I thought maybe we can play rook a7, creating this idea of queen takes f7, but this appears to just lose on the spot to queen takes e3 and then rook takes e3. And if we could already attack the pawn on c6, maybe it would have been a fighting. Actually, maybe we can go knight d5 here and gamble.
Oh wow!
I mean, this
doesn't work.
This is not a happy choice, but I think if we get there, knight d5 is by far the best move.
Does it work?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it does work.
Rook d3?
It looks like it might.
Oh, no, sorry. You can go c6.
No, there's rook d1, rook c1.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So d6, knight e6. Maybe it doesn't, yeah. Maybe this actually stops it very convincingly, and then the e-pawn will start to run. Yeah, maybe I got slightly overexcited. Because yes, you can put it on d7, but it doesn't really go any further after king f8, king e7. It's just nothing. Yeah, so yeah, problems for Shreyas, and largely self-inflicted, frankly.
Yeah.
I really don't understand the choice of doubling on e3 of our own bet. I think it's a very, very questionable choice. And we are already quite seriously discussing the question whether black is already borderline winning by force, which 10 moves ago we wouldn't have guessed that this is where this game was headed. And in the game between Mickey and Juven. Yeah, before a5 has been played, Juven for the time being not committing to any trades in the center. But it's also very difficult for Mickey to change the structure in the center in any kind of a happy way. Do we want to play c5? I'm not sure we do. Maybe we do. c5, I guess white just goes knight f3. Yeah, I'm not sure this does anything for black.
Okay.
Another position where I could ask your opinion.
Yeah.
But you don't strike
About
me.
what? About the position?
Yeah, about the position.
Oh, no, don't ask me that.
Yeah, I don't think you've played too many.
Not,
you know.
If you went through my games, this structure.
Boarded up slabs like this probably don't feature very
Yeah,
largely. Neither in my, to be honest.
Not very
I don't
large.
claim any particular expertise here either. Maybe still actually a little bit unpleasant for black, because we don't really have any breaks when we have to passively wait for white to either play cd5, knight b5, bishop b5, or play 3, 4, maybe if we kind of allow it for too long. Like if we pass for a couple of moves here, like if we do this and then I don't know this, and white goes e4, maybe it actually becomes a bit annoying, although playing knight f6 and trying to play 65 next move is probably still completely fine. Still completely fine, yeah.
Yeah, I think
don't
Mickey
know.
is fine. I'm saying that there's still a bit of tension though.
Yeah,
so.
and there we have it.
Okay.
I'm guessing because of the 30-move rule, you have to call the arbiter and claim. But yeah, queen e3 absolutely is a claim. Or if it isn't, they will come back to the board and put queen e4 on the board, and that will be a claim. Clearly, both of them have come to the conclusion that, and let's put this up on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have come to the conclusion that they cannot really improve their position from really either side. So. An interesting game, a bit of a rare these days approach to against the Queen's Gambit accepted from Nikita's side, but seems like Shah came reasonably well prepared and white did not get too far.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll come. Might be too short and too...
We'll see. We'll see. We're always happy to see our players in the studio talking about the game, but
yeah,
this one does seem like a bit of a theoretical discussion, which fizzled after black reacted properly to it.
Oh, they are back.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There it is, the handshake. So the first game of round 2 ends somewhat uneventfully. I still think it was an interesting game, and it was definitely a type of a position you don't often see in the QGA, but Shah, I think, reacted quite well and ended up equalizing comfortably.
Yep. Okay, so first draw, okay.
Interesting. And this is an indication of, honestly, it's interesting that the move didn't even occur to me. The move a5, a4 that was chosen by Andrew here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because you are, once again, it's this stupid upbringing I've had. It is not a move you like making in these types of positions because it releases all the pressure on the queen side. It also creates a potential weakness for the future. It's really not how you're supposed to be playing this structure. But considering how strong the threat of b takes a5 was on the previous move, I actually quite like this. I think it's very logical. And now we can go back to trying to give our mate on the king side, because the queen side has, for the time being, been quite convincingly closed. Yeah, this is very curious. Very curious. So how do we react to queen f5? Apart from the f3, knight f2, or f3, g4 ideas. Actually, in this position, we haven't tried f3, knight f2, and we might have to at least show it to our audience. f3, knight f2, creating very obvious ideas of just picking up material, so black has to take. And now queen h5 is very easily parried by rook h1. So black has to go back to bringing more pieces into play. I'm guessing the knight on g8 should at least have a hope of reaching e3. So I like knight e7 slightly better than knight f6 to maybe dream of one day of landing it on f5. But I don't know. e4 is a playable move here. Do you have a preference here?
Not particularly. No. Difficult one.
I began by thinking this is maybe a little bit better for white, in particular because I wanted to play e4, d3, bishop takes e3, and claim that now there really is no attack whatsoever. I will play rook h1 whenever I damn well please. And there's also some concessions being made on the queen side. Ideas of like b5, rook b4 could become pertinent later in the game. But yeah, I don't know. Queen d7, knight f5. This might not be such a one-way street. There's definitely some counterplay. Yeah. Another interesting thing about this game is that Queen c2 has now just been played. It's moved 16. Andrew is down to 23 minutes. And it's notable that yesterday he was in severe time trouble towards the back end of the first time control. He made a couple of moves on 2 seconds. And he seems to be very much headed in the same direction today again, because this is a very complicated position to play. And having 23 for 25 here is not conducive to avoiding time trouble.
Yeah, he should get in time trouble in a position like this.
And this is a very sharp position. And honestly, Vidit is doing a bit better on the clock, but even the half an hour that he has is not a lot. Queen f5 in the meantime has been chosen, which is a very welcome development. We do like black trying to give mate here. It's correct, and also it makes for a more compelling viewing. Apart from f3, is there anything?
Difficult to say, actually. Very, very tough to say.
We're definitely not playing e3. And I don't think we have time to do anything on the queen side. I think queen h5 happens a little bit too quickly. I mean, there's maybe some argument to starting with b5. Once again, reintroducing this idea of b6, which just blows open the entire structure in the center, and only meeting queen h5 with f3, because we do have this fail-safe of getting here and playing rook g1, and I don't think we're getting mated any time soon. But it's brave. Because if you end up having to play f3 anyway, maybe you want to preempt it and play f3 here, because f3 knight f2 does kind of settle the nerves. You're definitely not getting mated with white if you start with f3 knight f2. I think this position is quite safe. Simply like in very specific terms of not getting mated today. I think this is the safest one white has. But maybe there are some other options that we're missing. Knight g5, but yeah, I just like it. It's such a strange looking move. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Queen g2, queen g5, but it's not going to be fast enough.
It's interesting, isn't it? And looks as though we do have potentially some players. I think I'll depart on this occasion.
Okay.
Let's see if they do. We are going to hear from, it looks like both of them.
Yeah.
So
I think for this game it makes
I'm
sense.
I'm going to depart, and we are going to welcome.
After a small break,
yes,
both of our players in the one completed game of the round so far, a game between Nikita Vichugov and Shahryar Mamedjarov.
Okay, we'll be right back.
welcome back, and we're back with both of our players here, Nikita and Shah. Welcome to the studio. So, what's your initial opinion of your game today?
It was, I think it was quite a decent game. Well, where not much happened. Well, I mean, I came up with this relatively rare rook d1, where normally they take on d5, I think, then go rook d1, and it's some sort of a draw, theoretical draw. And after rook d1, well, I mean, in the game, not much happened, as I said, but still there were some moments. I think the move queen h4, which Shakhriyar played, is a very nice move, and all this regrouping with knight f1, knight g6, I think it was very nice, and well, in the end, I believe it was just the composition.
What's your opinion?
I mean, this okay. Of course, rook d1 was surprise for me because normally it's line knight d5, bishop d5, rook d1, knight bishop b3, a take b3, queen b6, queen e4. Very strong move because not bishop f2, king f1, rook d6, rook d8, rook e3, bishop b3. Some I remember this bishop b3, rook d8, queen d8, queen c6, queen d7, queen e8. Queen d8,
and this
king
is
take, yeah. Pawn take e3. This extra pawn for white, but as you look, this pawns is very strange. I think some moves like king d7, rook a6, king rook c8, and rook a7, rook c7 is like a.
Yeah, it's a draw.
I remember this line. I mean, like a draw position. But when he played rook d1, of course, okay. First, I think he missed something. I mean, because it looks knight in d5 very good. I mean, after bishop c3 castle, okay. I mean, it looks normal. After rook d3, I understand. I mean, I need to play some very accurately. I mean, rook c8, I want to play first. As idea, bishop d2, queen h4 maybe. But then I see minimum is rook d4, some move maybe rook d4 or also take d5, rook g3 maybe here, yeah. Yes, something like this. Yeah, and okay, I mean maybe it's okay, absolutely okay for black, but I think it's queen h4 is like a Nimzo idea. Is every time you play in e3, queen h4 is classical idea. I think if I have chance to play queen h4, why not? After queen h4, okay, we play rook g3. Yes, the last position is interesting. Yeah, this. Of course, I can play not queen f4. I can play queen e4. Yeah, it's also change just this queen's bishop e4. Rook e3, I don't know, bishop c6, g3, rook a7, knight e7. I mean, it's also a very easy draw position. And I play queen e4, queen h4. I think after queen h4, you need to play this queen e2, queen e3. But if
what happens if, let's say, rook d1?
Yeah, I can play queen e4 again every time. I think I can play here as queen e5. I don't know. Maybe it's queen e4, queen e4 move. I don't know. Maybe it's again. I don't know why. I think queen e4 is easy draw immediately. I mean, inside queen e4. Queen e4 here, immediately. Queen e4 is he must to take, and is absolutely easy draw. But I think, okay, we both understand his position is nothing, and I think we will
So for you, Nikita, what did
actually I think
if rook d1,
rook d1, then there is this option knight e4, which I wasn't sure about. So
queen, I think d2.
No, not easy. Queen d2 is bishop d5. Okay, just
bishop d5 or is taking on g2 an option.
I don't know, maybe.
No, I mean only move. It was queen e1.
And you want rook c3 or nothing? You want
some checks. Yeah?
Yeah. And
the only move is queen e1.
You think okay?
Knight e4, queen e1. Yeah, it's only move.
Yeah. Still, it's not completely clear for me.
You mean this position? Yeah.
Yeah.
Check. I guess we choose some square.
Okay,
yeah.
Queen g4, yeah. Here, rook takes c3.
Queen h1, yeah. Queen h1. Maybe it's not easy. I mean, this no checks.
Queen
g4
g4 check first, maybe, and then rook c8.
I mean, yes. Maybe it's queen f1 then it's only move. I don't know, but okay. I mean, Okay, it's maybe some mistakes.
Yeah, but it
to play
doesn't look
queen
like this
e4,
is a
yeah.
winning attempt
I
for
think
white.
queen e4 is much better. Just queen e4.
Mhm.
But I don't want to play this in game. I don't know. Of course, it's a easy draw position, but of course, queen e4 inside queen e4.
Mhm.
Change this queen in e4 back. But I think if Che rook e3 g3 is okay. I calculate 3-4 moves, and I think why I have queen e4 queen h4 is like looks human draw.
Yeah, I can see that. So kind of a reasonably correct, maybe slightly theoretically important game today. So yeah,
Kind of.
The proper grandmaster draw that we've come to expect, but maybe not from you two. So
For me, rook d1 was surprise. I mean, it's rook d1 move. Maybe I analyzed, but I forget everything.
so you will finally have to play a game with black tomorrow. Are you like dreading it, or it's are you how used are you after two whites to this feeling of?
Actually, in fact, the previous edition of London Classic, I also started with two whites. So it's just a normal thing to do, yeah, for me.
I guess, yeah. Some people are just born different, yeah, as we all know. Different fates, as some people would say. Anyway, anything to add?
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, all this game, it was my, not preparation, but I checked this line, and I was wondering during my preparation how easy it is for black to come up with this queen h4.
Mhm.
And I was genuinely impressed by this. I mean, for Shah, it's the most natural way to play, because for me it wasn't obvious at all.
Mm. Yeah, it looked like a very good practical decision, and the engine also agrees. Okay, so nice game today, and perhaps a bit of a rest day for both of you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Thanks for coming in. Welcome back with the continued coverage of round 2 of the London Chess Classic. And we just had this press conference between the two very strong players who played a very sound game, I think, from both sides. Very little can be criticized in the decision making from both from either Nikita or Shahryar. A very good game, which unfortunately often means that it ends in a draw somehow. But things are less balanced on other boards today, and we come back to specifically the game between Shreyas and Gwen Jones. Gwen Jones is already leading the tournament, tied for first with Nikita, and judging by the position on the board, I think very nicely poised to go 2 for 2 and to become a sole leader of our tournament, with Nikita already drawing his game, because Gwen is very much in control here. And it really isn't very surprising either, with pretty much every single black piece being better than the white one. You could maybe argue that the knight on d1 is just as bad as the knight on f8, but that's not true. This knight will be either on g5 or on f6 in a couple of moves' time, exerting a lot of pressure against the white weaknesses in the center. The pawn on b4 could be attacked at any point, and the white king is just kind of desperately unsafe. This is not a good position for the youngster.
No, it's not. And it's not the sort of position either that, you know, when you're a young player, that you kind of know how to put up ultimate resistance. I think this is a position that actually requires years of suffering before you kind of know more or less how to put up maximum resistance. I feel like this is probably one of those spots, Peter, where young players actually struggle the most. The passive
defense. Passive defense, and the need to, and it will sound kind of new agey and stupid, but a lot of it, I believe, comes to not letting your hands drop. You know, you have to maintain the same level of commitment to finding a best move as you would in a position which interests you, which gives you hope. And a lot of people, myself very much included, I've never been particularly good at this, even though a slight plug for the software most professionals use these days. I think last week, actually, maybe the week before that, a new version of ChessBase came out. And that version of ChessBase includes, as part of its shiny new package, includes an option to generate a profile, not an opening profile, which has been available for quite some time now, but a kind of a stylistic profile of a player. It loads up all of the games it has in a mega database, for instance, for a certain player in a certain time range. And then it tells you whether this player is good tactically or positionally, whether, you know, he prefers the queens on or off, and so on. And as a kind of a trial run, Pragnananda sent me my profile.
Yeah.
And among other things, it said I defend passive bad positions well, which kind of shocked me. I don't think that's true.
I would say it is.
I really don't think that's true.
Okay, here's a question for you then. Who is currently, if we're talking about active players, the top player in the world, in your opinion, who can defend passive positions the best?
And I know why you asked about current players as well, I have a feeling, because there is a very obvious answer if you include, like...
Is there?
Yeah, I think it was kind of universally understood that very few people do it as well as Sergei Karyakin.
Sergei, I was actually including in
no.
current players. So Sergei is no longer a current player. Okay, he's an ex-current player.
Yes.
And he's the name that I first thought of as well.
Yeah.
He was just brilliant.
Yeah, he had this unique ability of maintaining the same level of focus and concentration and not giving up, which really is a huge part of it. Because why should just calculating variations, which is something you do in any position, why should it be more difficult when the opposition is bad? It's still a chess position like any other, but it is different because it weighs on you very heavily, this feeling that you will never have a glimmer of hope of winning this game anymore. And it's just a question of whether you will get ground down or not, and whether you can put up the most resistance. And maybe what's even more of a problem is the feeling that even if you do end up making the next 25 best moves, it might not be enough to save the game, because the position by this point is bad enough that your opponent will win it if he or she plays well enough in response.
Correct.
And a lot of people just say, okay, I don't care anymore. I will just make whatever move comes to mind. And the game just ends very quickly because, yeah, if you, in a position like this, if you don't play well, everything collapses and the game ends. So it is a very specific skill.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that Gawain goes with with the bishop back. I kind of liked trading on f3 because I felt that removing the defender for the white pawns here, one of the defenders, is quite useful. But I also understand, I think, the reasoning for bishop b6, because if we look at the position after the capture on f3, there is a pawn on f7 which can actually be attacked somewhat significantly by the white pieces. And with the bishop on e6, there really is no source of active counterplay at all. You cannot name an active idea for white here. It just doesn't exist. f7 is firmly protected. The bishop on f3 is honestly a very dull piece. It does some defensive functions are still being performed to a degree, but it does not have any proactive things to look forward to. White's entire position is kind of locked down, and you just need to find a way to break through and start attacking the weaknesses. I guess the one source of maybe some counterplay is this idea of rook a6, but it's not very much. How are the times? Yeah, that's sort of the one slightly cheerful thing here for Shreyas, that he is not in any kind of time trouble. He still has roughly half an hour left for the remaining 12-ish moves. But yeah, it's a very cheerless task here.
Yep.
Very, very cheerless task. And yeah, bishop b6 probably wouldn't have been my personal first choice, but seems like a solid enough option by buying Gawain. It's just so difficult to, like, maybe the way to approach it is you could try to visualize how this position can change so that it becomes less optically lost for white. I guess a massive part of that is somehow getting the rooks off, because this rook on d3 is incredibly painful to deal with. It attacks e3. As I mentioned, there are ideas of rook b3 takes b4, which currently you do have the move queen d2 in response, but black very often will be playing queen d8 next move anyway. And then with the queen on d8, rook b3 will become a massive, massive threat. But the problem with that is that, like, how will you ever trade the rooks off in this position? Black is just not going to allow it. You could dream of playing something like rook a2, d2, but bishop b6 has done, like, this is no longer an option. a2 is under control. Yeah, this is just grim.
Yes.
I think we probably said everything we needed to say about this position for the time being.
Yes.
We'll come back to it in, I don't know, 5 moves time and see if any side made any significant progress. And really, only black can, I can imagine making any significant progress soon. Adams versus Juvenjun continues this kind of a slow dance where nobody really is prepared to do anything proactive for the time being. White isn't taking on d5. Black definitely now isn't taking on c4. White has the option of playing e3, e4 on pretty much any move, but so far the Chinese player has been resolutely refusing to do that. Although, honestly, it starts looking better and better with every passing moment. Why are we not playing e3, e4 here? I'm not entirely sure. But this is a very kind of a closed and calm position, so I do want to continue watching this one, because this one is a mess. After queen c2, queen f5, Vidit played f3, and after bishop h3, he played a move which we did not really consider, but which makes a lot of logical sense, connecting the queen on c2 to the bishop on g2, which also like immediately solves all of our issues with not getting mated. Black made a very logical move, knight e7, for finally bringing the last undeveloped piece into play. G4, queen d7, and now Vidit played bishop b2. And yeah, it's becoming very concrete, because the pawn on d4 is hanging. You absolutely cannot take on e3, because I think you instantly lose to bishop takes g7 and queen b2 check.
Right.
And with nothing to interpose between the king and the queen, there is just going to be massive material losses immediately here. And, well, the pawn on d4 is hanging.
Yeah.
You would like to play knight c6, but you're still going to lose the pawn on d4 after b4, b5. Do you see anything that I don't? Because, like, it looks kind of bad for black.
Yeah, and that's the issue with this whole position, is that if the attack is as synthetic as it looks, then you get hit by a quick central break, and all of a sudden your position could just crumble. Your king's on f8.
Yeah. Actually, black does have a source of counterplay which wasn't available early and which I somehow completely ruled out, but it might be okay. You can take on g2 here, and after queen takes g2, you can play d6, d5, which is, with the knight on e7, this is a much more serious option than before. You still have to have a good answer to knight c5, but maybe you just play something like queen c6, and you start threatening b7, b6 next move. And if white has to, at any point, like c takes d5, knight takes d5, improves black's position so much, even just purely optically. This is such a gorgeous square for the knight, and if you take on d4 twice, there are further really glorious squares for this knight to choose from. So maybe it's not actually as panicky as I originally thought, because... And also importantly, if the knight has to go back, if, let's say, if white has to play something like knight g2 or knight f2 or knight g3, doesn't matter, let's put it on some square. Without the knight on e4, black will quite happily take on e3, bishop g7, king g7, because we are no longer really scared of that queen b2 check. First of all, it's impossible because there's a knight in the way. But even if there was no knight in the way, it's not on e4. It was very important that it was on e4, completely dominating over everything. So yeah, this is actually still a very, very sharp position, and black might not be doing poorly at all, maybe. And good thing for Andrew is that I think life might just force him to find the best moves here, because everything else just looks bad. It's one of those situations where maybe you don't see it immediately, but you just reject everything else because everything else appears to just lose material for nothing. And you end up coming to the correct solution simply because you reject all the wrong ones one by one. Certainly the game of the round, though. Very quirky opening, very sharp play by both of them, and still quite a finely balanced position, apparently. I don't think... Honestly, my first thought, in terms of pawn breaks, the move f5 occurred to me faster than the move d5.
Yeah, but probably because of knight c5.
Yeah, because you don't like giving this knight a square from which to attack the queen. But f5, why is f5 bad? Why is f5 bad? Why can't we do this? Because obviously gf5 knight takes f5 is a dream. It's exactly the square we've been trying to get the knight to.
If I go bishop takes h3.
Yeah.
You
Even
might-
FTX
I know,
C4
I
is
was-
some kind
I
of a
was-
mess, right? But
yeah.
okay, you mean here you play knight G5
Knight
quite
G5,
happily, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this probably is true. There's no way for me to keep the rook on active squares, but
Yeah.
I do have FTX C4 as an
Yes,
option.
this is what I was trying to work out unsuccessfully. And then maybe some queen G2. I know it looks absolutely
No, that was also the move I was looking at, but maybe
ED,
but it's like it's such a
ED,
such a mess
or
position. ED, we go, I don't know, knight
knight
C6.
C6, rook E4.
Yeah, rook E4, rook E8. I have no
Rook
idea
F4.
what this.
I don't know. This
I
is
have
totally
no idea.
random.
I have
G5.
no idea what
and-
this is. But yeah, I mean, you would play G5 earlier, but you can't.
Oh no, sorry, I can't hear.
Yeah, H3 is hanging.
Yes.
I have a feeling this might be very good for black.
Of
even,
course, yeah.
Because yeah, this setup with the bishop on H3 and the queen on G2, it looks very artificial. I will start threatening G3, G2 in
Yes.
some positions even. I don't know.
No, this is crazy.
So I mean, I think maybe Andrew is actually choosing between this line with G5 and this F5 move, because if you have to play knight G5 immediately, bishop G2, queen G2 might be playable for white, but you do have to assess this position correctly, and who knows what this is. I mean, you can. It's an incredibly messy line because white also gets the knight to e6. Maybe it's actually good for white. The pawn on h3 serves as a pretty good cover for the king on g1. We will just put it on h1 if h2 check happens. And knight on e6 might be a very strong piece.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe. 11 minutes for Andrew. This is move 20, by the way. This is going to be fun to watch in about 10 minutes time when he is down to like 3. And the position remains incredibly sharp.
Yeah,
he is a phenomenal blitz player. We
He
know
is,
this
yes.
much. So I think he is definitely one of those people who appears to be in time trouble in every single game, but probably doesn't hurt their results as much as it would some other people because of just the amount of volume of shorter time controls played, particularly online, where you just don't panic on 3 minutes. You feel like it's plenty. You get half an hour, half a minute increment here, even, which you don't get online. So my guess is he is very far from panicking right now. I would be in a state of blind panic, I think, in my current dotage, 10 minutes for 20 moves in a position like this, I would be shaking. But I remember one of my earliest tournament memories was I played, it will sound kind of silly, vaguely silly, but it was a very strong tournament. Quarterfinal of the City Championship.
Okay.
City being Leningrad.
Right.
Is a pretty strong, like 2200 average tournament. He played, what did he play? I think he played d5. I think he played d5, but without taking on g2, I believe. So he did something which we sort of discussed, but in a slightly different version. So I played the tournament, I was probably 11. And it's an 11-round Swiss.
Yes.
And I think out of those 11 games, and we were playing on those, obviously, this being 1987, clocks are mechanical, not electronic. And they are not the ones, you probably have never seen those. They're like this huge...
Of course I've seen them.
Huge metallic bists, that, with the very fragile-looking buttons that break, and, and the flag, which it was like a specific art form of being able to tell reasonably correctly how much time you got left.
Yes.
Because there's just, once it gets to like below 2 minutes.
It's
many people in the audience will not know what we're talking about.
the kids won't.
Yeah, but he flagged comes from those clocks, and specifically when you're below a minute, telling whether you have 40 seconds or 23 is maybe a difference between life and death, and it's a very specific art form. And I think out of those 11 rounds, I was down to about a minute for 20 moves, and maybe 7 of them. And I was just entirely unperturbed. It just didn't worry me at all. I was in time trouble in every move. It was how I lived my life.
There you go.
And then by the time I was maybe 30, I kind of managed to more or less completely extinguish time troubles from my life. But when I would get into time trouble, like 5 minutes for 5 moves would break me out in cold sweats, The ability just disappeared completely to be sanguine about these things. Like, no, please don't. Anyway, Andrew Hong, I think, still very much belongs to the first category of people.
Probably,
who,
yes.
Like, he is just not bothered. And yeah, so he played d5, knight c5, queen c6, and a move was played by Vidit here, which we're still waiting for. Something was taken in the center.
Probably
e3 takes d4. It looks like e3 takes d4, but no, bishop takes d4. Okay. So what's happening here?
I don't like
What's
d5.
happening here? No, I was trying to calculate this. I don't quite understand what the plan is after takes, and b6. I guess we want to include something like queen e2, because we want to generate some counter threats here with like queen e2, queen e5. Because otherwise, I mean, the knight has no squares. You can include b5, but you're bringing the queen much closer to the squares where it wants to be. And then you will have to put your knight on a really horrible square. I mean, if you survive until the endgame, the square is not that bad, but you're probably not surviving until the endgame here, so it becomes a bit irrelevant. Can we... Because queen e2 is quite strong, I wondered for a second if we can maybe not take on d4 at all, but that allows white to do something like this, right? And
still looks...
But still, okay, f7, f6, how bad is this?
Yeah, maybe.
Because this knight really is not where it should be. Very interesting turning point, by the way, because we can also throw in bishop takes g2, but I feel like doing that for no specific reason is very counterproductive, because white will probably take with the king and rook h1 will become an additional source of, maybe not worry, but you'll have to calculate it on every move. But whether you include bishop d4 and play b6 or you play b6 immediately is a very interesting little choice that is Andrew is having to make right now. I'm leaning immediate b6.
Yeah.
I really am, because, and not because I like it so much, but because I kind of dislike the other one. I think he's taken on d4.
Oh, wow.
I think he's taken on d4. And then, well, what do you play here? Yeah, a trade happened. So we are currently here. Apart from b6, what can you play? You can play bishop takes g2 can be included if you want to include. You can maybe start with queen d6.
I've got a terrible feel for this position, actually. I'm not getting any natural indicators.
I think it's purely a calculation game now. You have to be precise. You have to play this well, because I think he'll play b6, and then after queen e2, he will have to find something that he likes. I am currently struggling to say what that is. Yeah, there it goes. b6. I am reasonably certain queen e2 will get blitzed out. I really don't like b5, queen d6 here. I also, like, we can maybe make an argument that knight a6 doesn't lose on the spot, trying to sort of postpone b5 until it's a fork. But I really just don't like putting the knight on that square.
No.
So yeah, I'm pretty certain Vidit will... I mean, because it's Vidit, who I think he is very diligent, he very much likes to do things properly. Maybe he doesn't blitz it out just because he wants to double check. But I have a feeling queen e2 is coming. And so far, I cannot figure out a good response. I thought maybe rook e8, but then there's a very cute little idea for white. You can play b5, seemingly slightly counterproductively driving the queen to a good square. And then we go queen e5.
Yeah, that's cute.
Queen takes e5, knight d7, check.
That's
and we remove all of our pieces from squares on which we're attacked, and we're basically completely winning.
Yeah,
pawn up, just dominating everywhere. So yeah, for the time being, and I'm trying not to switch the engine on here. I'm trying to make myself think. I'm coming up very short. I don't see any good solution here.
Yeah, as I said, I was always a bit skeptical of Andrew's setup. So it wouldn't surprise...
Let me just check.
You check.
b6 is a massive mistake, apparently. Bishop takes d4 is correct, but after e takes d4, as I mentioned, queen d6 immediately was Not only playable,
okay.
not only playable, but
I
actually
see.
good for black.
Okay, I see.
But now that b6 has been played, yeah, queen e2, queen e2 best move. You have to play queen d6, queen e5, queen takes e5, knight d7, check, king g7. And without the inclusion of rook e8 and b5, this is somehow not completely lost for black, which honestly surprises me. It still looks completely lost, but somehow it isn't. But it is better for white.
Right.
The engine seems to suggest you go rook takes e5, and now very importantly, this is why it's not lost. You have this option of knight c6, rook takes d5, and rook a e8. And the idea of rook e2 is quite strong, and if you go knight e5, knight takes d4,
Wow.
gives black chances to save the game.
There you
But yeah, the interesting bit there is not this. This I think I can very much believe. The interesting bit is the fact that after queen d6, black is doing quite well. Quite well. The point, I guess, is that if white plays queen e2 here, we will take on g2 and we will distract the queen away from the e5 square, and then we get to play b7, b6 in exactly the kind of circumstance that we want. And white probably has to take on b7, but then after queen f4, you can see how this is sort of coming off the rails a little bit for white. It's a kind of a position where the engine, I'm pretty sure, survives, but in practical terms, you start liking black and picking black because king safety is just so much more important than a couple of extra pawns elsewhere. It hasn't played queen e2 yet, which is a bit surprising to me. But yeah, now he has. Now he has, and yeah. Andrew will, I think, be quite unhappy with this development because maybe he missed queen d6, queen e5. Maybe he thought, what's the difference? I'll go queen d6 here anyway. And he didn't see knight d7 check there as an intermediate.
Possibly.
From afar. Obviously now he sees it, but maybe from afar he missed that particular little tactical detail. Let's just very briefly, while this seems to have settled to a situation we sort of understand, let's see what's going on elsewhere. This is kind of shocking.
How did we get here?
Black is still better, but yeah, how did we get here? Bishop e6, Shreyas played h4, the queen went to d8 as expected, white played queen g3, and black played bishop b3, knight f2, rook takes e3, queen e5, and bishop a4. I would not have guessed very many of these moves. For instance, here, I think I would be very drawn to the idea of winning the pawn on b4, much more than I would have been drawn to the idea of trading e5 for e3. He probably didn't like something about queen e5, rook takes b4, and maybe something like queen d6, but yeah, I don't know. Honestly, my first thought when I saw that we got here was, is black even better anymore? So I briefly asked, and the answer is yes, black is still better because the king is still safer. But
less than before?
Yeah, the conversation we had earlier about how do you improve this position for white, this very much describes how you would improve it. e3 being traded for e5 is now, like if you imagine white playing queen f4 and then playing e4, e5, and then playing knight e4, knight f6, he will not have time for it because after queen f4, black will go rook b3, e5, he will get hit by knight e6, and this construction will get, it will not really succeed. But suddenly you can sort of dare to dream. You know, there are things which definitely will improve your position a great deal, which was absolutely not true about some of the previous positions we've seen in this game. So yeah, this is an improvement, but he is still going to struggle to equalize here. And I guess if you play queen d6 immediately, black will take on h4, queen takes e6, black will play knight e6 and jump to either g5 or, sorry, g5 or d4, and your king safety is still going to be a bit of an issue. And in the game between Jun and Mickey, well, finally we have some clarity in the center with all the pawns on the DNC files disappearing, and this should be roughly equal.
Yeah.
Because of the pawn on b3, I guess if anybody somehow becomes better, it's black. Like something like rook c5, knight c5, queen c4, queen d5 could actually become potentially quite promising, because the pawn on b3 is going to be like, I don't know, even oops, sorry, evens. Even something like this might be playable. That was the line I was trying to show, even though I actually blundered the knight. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
It's kind of funny. I managed to blunder a knight here, but we're headed in a slightly different direction. Juvenjun played rook ac1. She has 9 minutes left, but it's move 30, and it's not a very difficult position. I guess Mickey probably goes rook ec8. Yeah, and there has to be a way to make sure this is quietly equalizing, like knight f3 with the idea of planting it either on d4 or maybe even better, rerouting it via the c4 square. This seems to be a reasonably quiet game. It might still liven up, but we'll let it be for a moment. And let's go back to Andrew and Vidit. Yeah, queen 6, queen e5. Yeah, and he has to take this, like, there's no choice anymore. You absolutely have to take on e5.
Yes.
And honestly, like, at first glance, it just looks lost.
Yes.
It just looks lost. I don't, for instance, I'm not entirely sure I understand why we're not taking on e5 with the knight. I guess it's specifically because f6. Knight d7, knight c6 is once again kind of playable, but I mean, cd5 followed by rook e7 check. All of this is kind of confusing to me.
All looks bad, doesn't it?
Maybe you go bishop takes g2, king takes g2, f6, knight d7, and then you go something like king f7, and you claim that this knight on d7 doesn't have very many moves, and we're about to pick it up with rook d8. Maybe this is the explanation, but it looks desperate. It looks desperate. All of these positions. This looks bad. D takes e5 looks very strong, honestly. Trying to just land this knight on f6. I guess here the explanation is black will go rook d8, knight f6, d takes c4, d takes c4, rook d2, and just in time. If you give white one more move to play rook b d1, black kind of resigns.
Yeah.
But you do have rook d2 here, and you're probably not even worse because of just how active your pieces are suddenly. But yeah, optically, in the position of after knight d7, king g7, I think you start by feeling you're probably borderline lost here with black. And then, move by move, you come to the realization that it's not actually that bad miraculously. And the best line remains the one I'd shown earlier, rook e5, knight c6, rook d5, rook e8, knight e5. I still don't quite understand why this isn't as much, because like this looks bad. It probably actually is bad.
It still looks bad, doesn't it? Okay, there's
I'm shocked it doesn't, like, the engine on my screen says it's worse, but maybe drawable. Doesn't look drawable to me.
No.
I have to say. Looks like you lose this pretty much every single time, but the engine disagrees, says you play king f6 and you still fight. Yes, you fight, but it looks bad. I don't know. And we are headed in that general direction, yeah.
Okay.
Vidit has taken, I think, with the rook. First of all, you have to realize you have to play knight c6, which you probably do because everything else looks even more lost. I guess that actually isn't very difficult to find because you
knight
are...
c8 isn't an idea.
No, knight c8 is not a choice, and you cannot play rook e8 because you will just instantly lose to rook b1 and the pin decides.
Knight c8 is not a choice just because d5 is hanging, or because it's just too ugly for
Knight
words?
c8, yeah, I think all of those things, yeah. c5, c5 cutting it down further, or yeah, rook takes d5, knight d5, I don't know. Just not a move. Just not a move.
Interesting.
Yeah, Vidit should be quite happy now, yeah.
Yeah.
Should be quite happy with how things are going. And in the game between Shreyas and Gawain, yeah, queen f4, the move I mentioned, was played, and queen d4 is a very strong reply, much stronger than my move rook b3, because knight e6 coming in next move, and b4 is hanging, and because of this bishop on a4, when I first saw this position, I thought, what is this bishop doing there? And it's horribly misplaced. But it actually does a wonderful job of controlling this rook on a1, yeah? The rook on a1 would like to use the open a file. It's now closed. Then it would like to use the open d file, but the d1 square is taken away.
Correct.
So it's a very strong piece, strangely enough. Yeah, this is not great. Rook has to go probably to f1, but then after knight e6, Queen b8 check, king g7. Your entire position is just creaking.
Is this resigns here for you as well?
Resigns, no. No, you always continue. There's enough pieces on the board to continue. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how to make good moves in this position. Before, the biggest problem is queen takes b4 followed by queen takes c5 is coming pretty quick. And then there are like second level problems of dealing with, I don't know, bishop b3 to c4, driving your pieces further away from good squares, or I don't know.
All right.
He's played rook c1.
C1, okay.
I don't know if that is an improvement in any way. Yeah. For a second there, I thought it just instantly loses to queen d2. Yeah,
Oh,
but it
queen
doesn't.
d2.
Queen d2 with the intention of playing rook e1 check and then queen takes f4. But then the rook will go to f1, so it doesn't quite work out. But I guess we can still go knight e6. I don't think it actually changes anything about this position. Yeah, it's just bad. It's just bad. I don't like this.
It's just bad.
So let's go back to Vidit versus Hong. Knight c6 has been found as expected, and now Vidit. I mean, there's not much choice here. We're not allowing knight takes d4 for free, right? We have to take on d5. I mean, there's a fancy way of playing, which is c takes d5, but I mean, my biggest issue here would be actually knight takes d4.
Knight takes d.
Yeah, I don't actually hate knight e5, d5 for white. I think this might be quite good, but knight takes d4 I think is quite strong with the intention of playing rook a d8 next move, and the knight, if it gets chased away, goes to b5, attacks a3, aims at the very nice d6 square. I think this is completely unnecessary.
All right. Yeah. So, okay. Fighting.
Yeah, very much fun. No, I like the spirit with which Andrew is playing this game. I think he will be very much kicking himself when he, no matter how it finishes, even if he holds, when he realizes he wasn't even worse at all if he played queen d6 instead of b6, and it would have been a kind of a justification of the entire previous play. He gambled on opening the h file, and then he found this d5 queen c6 idea. And had he found and played queen d6, for those of you who have maybe not heard us talk about this, in this position, b6, the move that Andrew chose, is a mistake. But if he plays queen d6 immediately, which takes all the sting out of the queen e2, e5 idea, the threats on the king side are actually quite significant.
Yes.
The engine slightly, but actually prefers black here, not white.
Excuse me for that. Especially people at home who might have their
eardrums
their eardrums blown out. Apologies, guys.
Some eardrums have perhaps been irrevocably damaged.
Oops.
But that is what you come to the chess streams for. Chess is an extreme sport, you know.
It is.
Risk of injury is very much part and parcel of watching a stream of a classical chess tournament. So
it really is. Okay, so
he started with bishop takes g2. I don't know if it makes any difference. I don't particularly like it, but it might be exactly the same after king takes g2, rook e8. I don't think it changes very much. We cannot really afford to allow rook e. Can we? Maybe we can play something like b5, rook e2, king g3 now. Because knight e7, rook e5 seems very strong. Maybe it actually makes a difference. Yeah, I don't like knight e7 at all because I definitely want to preserve both of my rooks. So we go maybe knight a5. But this starts looking bad once again because the king will be quite safe on f4. Even if you manage to drive it there, it's quite fine on f4. So something like knight e5 with the intention of playing rook d7 here looks promising for white. Unless we blunder some kind of mate, yeah, like we allow this and we suddenly have no defense against rook 8 h3 mate, which I think we don't. I think we might have to do this, which will not be a happy occasion. But obviously after g6, g5, we are not obliged to be entirely oblivious to our surroundings. We have knight c6, we have knight d7, we have moves. But maybe not knight e5 then. Let's try being a bit more precise. Let's go maybe rook e5.
Mm-hmm.
If you put the rook on h2, I will... Actually, something like rook b1 makes sense. King f4 makes sense. Yeah, I like rook b1 maybe. Knight b3 and then some move. Still a bit messy though.
Yeah.
Still a bit messy. So rook e8 is on the board. Andrew is down to, we will see in a moment, but it has to be something like a minute and a half by my estimation. Maybe, yeah, exactly a minute and a half. Nice call by that man.
Well done.
Yes, which I think will move Vidit further towards the idea of not simplifying. I think if you're choosing here between knight e5, which does allow knight takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes e5, and yes, you are absolutely better after rook e4, but black's play becomes kind of well defined. It's much easier to make a lot of moves. Like you play king f6 with your hand more or less because you want the king closer to the center. You want to try to get it over to d4 and so on. So Andrew definitely gains a couple of minutes just playing out all of these absolutely forced moves. Alternatively, if you play something like before b5 here, not the only move, but definitely one of the moves to consider, it's much harder for Andrew to make decisions. I guess you give a check on e2 instantly, but then after king g3, you have to choose a square for the knight. You have to assess what's going on. Like you play knight a5 and white does something, and you once again are faced with a tricky decision. So because of the clock situation, I think Vidit is maybe moved a bit in the direction of keeping as many pieces on the board as possible.
Makes sense, yeah. All right. Any other... Sorry, did we have...
Only one result so
Only
far.
one result.
Only one result so far. All three of our other games are still in progress.
Did anything happen in the Mickey game?
Not particularly, no. Not particularly.
No, that's Nietzsche, that game.
Yeah, this looks like it should be very, very level. Knight d2, take on c5, put it on c4, or knight d4, knight b5, or queen c2, or honestly, queen d3. I keep on naming normal moves here, but pretty much any move here is completely fine.
Yeah, you just don't...
Honestly, even just taking on c5 and play queen c4, now that we are ready to protect the pawn on b3, like queen d5 is no longer really a threat at all because we park the knight on d4. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, just play knight c4. So queen c4.
Parks the bus.
Yeah. Do we play queen d5 anyway, just to kind of settle everything down? Or do we play something like, I don't know, queen e7, queen d6, queen something?
I don't think queen d5 is Mickey's... I don't think that's his style. Just in case, you know, something else.
Honestly, it's very safe, though. Like, we get here...
If I get my king to c2...
We get here, we play, I would say, I don't know, f5.
So I go king f1.
I get my king over to...
King d2.
Somewhere like d6.
Yeah, you get there just in time. Well.
Actually, I passed through a fork, yeah. There was knight 6 check there.
Oh, there was a knight c6 check. You can do it.
But it actually loses, right?
Right.
Because it gets captured by the king on b6. So, no, I think it's just like extremely safe.
Yeah.
You get to this position, and the white king, the thing about this position is that white will never be able to activate the king. The king is very much caged.
Mm-hmm.
The only weakness is on a5, but as we've established, even if you blunder it, it probably is a kind of a blunder that wins you the game rather than loses you the game, because the knight has no way out. I think it's just a draw.
Yeah.
I think it's just a draw. So, and honestly, I would much rather play that position than some kind of a position like this where, you know, maybe you somehow manage to blunder queen b5 in an unfortunate situation, and you know the pawn gets to b6, and you know it gets annoying. I'm pretty sure all of these things are equal, but if I have to choose, I probably choose queen d5 here. And briefly, here, after rook c1, Gawain played rook d3, and Shreyas played queen d6, queen takes d6, c takes d6, rook takes d6, c5. Very good, actually a very decent decision by the young man.
Absolutely.
It's still, actually it's much better than it used to be.
Rook d4?
Yeah, but our pieces are becoming active. We will take on c6, I'm assuming with the rook. Rook takes b4, we will play probably knight e4. I want to get the knight to f6, I want to put the bishop. Actually, we can even start with bishop d5, right? Rook d4, knight e4.
Wow. Cute.
King g7, knight f6, and now I'm threatening rook c7.
Suddenly you're...
Yeah, I mean, if I get rook c7 in, I'm not sure who's playing for a win here. No, this is a massive, massive turnaround. Gawain, yeah, I don't really understand why this much freedom was allowed. After rook c1, I think we just play knight e6 here, yeah. We just play knight e6. Maybe Gawain didn't like allowing queen d6, but the issue is after queen takes, before queen takes e6, we just win material immediately by rook e1 and we pick up the knight on f2. Yeah, maybe he just missed queen d6.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe he thought this is a very clever idea. I will put the rook on d2, everything will be completely tied down, and once everything is completely tied down, I will just pick them off one by one. But queen d6 is a very, very good, kind of good awareness shown by the young man.
Yeah, he might wriggle out of this one. Which would be shocking, actually.
Kind of shocking, yeah, considering in how much trouble he was early in the game. You can also even start with knight e4, maybe. Because if you take on c6, you have to consider rook takes h4, although it gets completely locked out. No, it just looks like white suddenly have enough activity here.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like we're even struggling necessarily. No. All right, back to the main dish. Vidit is still thinking. Vidit is down to 7. This is move 29. So
and to be clear, they're not getting increment.
No, there is increment.
Oh, there is increment
there is
for
increment.
move 1. Okay.
There is increment. They both have 11 moves to make. Andrew has a minute and a half. Vidit has 7 and a bit. And just to, I guess we just stick with this for the time being. So for those of you who have not been watching from the start, there was a very correct, nicely played game which ended in a draw between Nikita Vitugov and Shahryar Mamedyarov. Game between Michael Adams and Juven Jun is likely to end in a draw. Gawain Jones currently is no longer winning. Might still win. It's still a position where white could go wrong, but he's no longer completely winning as he was earlier against Shreyas. And this is the most fun game of the round for sure, the one between Vidit and Andrew Hong, in which Andrew was doing quite well and is now definitely fighting for survival. Might still be survivable, but no longer any winning chances for black, and you have to be very precise not to lose this. And a very big decision point here for Vidit, does he play knight e5, which removes pretty much all the danger for white. You are never losing that if you play knight e5, but might minimize winning chances. Or you play something like b5, or I don't know, rook f1 with the idea of meeting rook e2 check with rook f2, or g4, g5 is a move that occurred to me, trying to park our own knight on f6. But the issue with g5 is that after rook e2, king g3, and let's say rook h2, we have removed some cover from our king. On f4, it no longer is completely safe because it will get checked by the rook on h4, which is maybe kind of annoying.
Well,
and also knight e7, f5.
Yeah, that follow-ups could actually get your king mated on e3 if you're not careful.
That is probably not great. So in my mind, there are two main choices Vidit is picking between, and those are b5 and knight e5. You can maybe make an argument for making a slightly more flexible move, play king g3 now, because we are expecting rook e2 check anyway, against more or less anything that we do. So we go king g3, we invite rook e2, and then we reassess. But it also takes away maybe some of our choices, because knight e5 doesn't let the rook reach e2.
Right.
Is there an argument for this? Can we go like king g3, rook e2, knight e5? Is he has played something. I think he played b5. Something definitely has been played. Yeah, b5, rook e2 already blitzed out. He will play king g3 because dropping the king back to the first rank removes all the winning chances, at least, and maybe even creates some for Andrew. I like knight a5 the most in this position because it feels like it's really the only route the knight can take, which gets it to good squares. Knight d8 feels kind of vague. I don't understand why it has to go to d8. And a5, b3, and then perhaps d2 or... chooses d8, interesting. Okay. Maybe I can see why this is, because we keep on mentioning f4 as a kind of a safe haven for the white king, and knight d8 does remove... we want to play... Let's say white goes rook e5, we go rook eh2, and we want to play knight e6, and then rook h3 is an actual mating threat, which wouldn't have been true otherwise. Interesting. Okay. 5 against 2. Andrew obviously blitzing all of this out. He knew b5 was very possibly the choice Svidler will make, so he was absolutely prepared for it. So how do we deal with this with white? Black's idea is in some order rook eh2 and knight a6. Maybe rook h2 and knight e6 as well. Is there a way to stop knight e6 altogether? I don't see one. Yeah. That's a very solid point. Yeah, just stop it physically. Yeah, that is a very solid point. Yeah. Thanks.
Very nice.
Thanks for our audience for keeping us on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
And I think rook e5 has now been played by Vidit. So
we might get this.
Yeah, and this looks very strong actually, because now we are very secure playing king f4 if and when needed, and the knight on d8 looks kind of silly. Yeah, I just completely blanked on d4, d5. Thanks for our viewers here in London, keeping us on the straight and narrow. Andrew hasn't replied to rook e5 yet, but I don't think rook a2 is going to be an improvement. I mean, you can make some argument for rook a2 just to give white an additional source of worry, so to speak. Because if you do pick up on a3, it does give you a very serious passer for the future. Maybe? Considering how empty of a threat rook h2 is, maybe you actually do play rook a2. Yep, there he is. There he is, well, putting that on the board as we speak. This is still pretty sharp.
Very sharp.
This is still pretty sharp because I like trying... I mean, I still like playing d5 because I want to keep this guy locked out, rook a3. And in this position, I would like to at least try to make rook e7 work. Rook takes d3 and knight e5, trying to take on c7 next move. Kind of being proactive. I'm, for the time being, not altogether sure what's happening after rook e3, but at the very least, I do have knight takes g6. But I'm not sure we are better enough, because the knight actually does come back.
Right.
And we end up in a position where, yes, white is a pawn up, but there's this outside passer, which is really well protected by the knight on c5. I don't think there is any kind of a mating attack against the black king. It will run towards the center. You can play g4, g5, but it all feels a bit vague. I have a feeling this is pretty close to a draw. So what else do we like? And this is very quickly becoming a double-edged time trouble.
Absolutely.
Because Vidit is also down to 3.5 and clearly not in full control yet. This is still a mess.
Very tough.
Yeah, you can start with rook e7, but yeah, you can definitely start with rook e7 if you want to.
And if I take?
Maybe I go knight e5 without d5. He's gone d5, I think.
Oh, he has got it.
I think he's gone d5. This is I'm really enjoying this game. This is a very, very unusual game, both in terms of like the structures that they've been playing all game and really sharp, difficult calculations being required all the time. Maybe another idea I had when I was looking at d5, rook takes a3, I thought maybe d6. It looks a bit weird because we were talking about cutting off the knight on d8 all this time, and it doesn't. But what it does do is it creates weaknesses on both d6 and fc and b6. But now that the knight gets back to e6, like you once again have to worry about rook a2, rook h2, and the king on g3 is not going to be very safe. I feel like keeping the knight iced out on d8 is in particular when you're on a minute. You don't want to suddenly solve some very difficult tactical issues of how not to get mated. There is a move like rook e3 or rook b1, d1, just not giving up on d3, but then black will very happily play rook a2 and combine some counterplay against the white king with the very simple idea of pushing the a-pawn down the board. You are not in control here with white. He's gone something. I think he played d4, a move I completely failed to even consider. What are we doing after rook d3?
Yeah, I don't
understand this.
I don't get the move at all.
Also knight b7, d6, but knight b7 maybe what has c4, c5. Maybe rook d3 he's planning to play rook a1, but I mean a3 for the time being.
Did he play it?
No, he played knight b7, I think.
Yeah.
I think he played knight b7, which I also very much understand. We want that knight in the game. And if we have a good answer to c5, we're quite... I guess c5, even rook b3 maybe is playable. Because that passer is always extremely annoying. But, yeah. I mean, if not c5, I really don't understand the previous play. Why have we allowed this amount of counterplay all of a sudden?
2 minutes for Vidit.
Yes, 2 versus a minute and a half. 2 versus a minute and a half.
And how many moves?
This is move 34.
34.
6 to make.
Okay, plenty of time.
Yeah. Oodles of time. Absolute oodles of time. Rook b... He's gone rook e7. So the idea, I guess, is to meet knight d6 with c5, and after knight c4, we do have knight e5 just in time before black can play knight d2. But, yeah, and this is why I was in favor of not abandoning the post on d8 just yet, because the pawn on f7 now is suddenly becoming a target again when a moment ago it really wasn't. Apart from knight d6, what are our choices? Rook d3, knight e5 loses on the spot. Knight a5, knight e5 loses on the spot. We do have rook b3, but it doesn't really force white to trade in any way. White can play rook a1 or rook e1.
Right.
Let's say rook e1, and once again knight b6, we go c5, and then we go knight e5, and we try to g5, I think, was the choice.
Wowzers.
I think this is kind of coming off the rails a little bit, because knight e5, knight d6, knight e4. This is very clever. Knight e5, he wants to play knight d6, and there is a threat of knight e4, which...
Winning.
Well, maybe not winning, but definitely flipping the tables and creating a lot of counterplay.
I think it is winning.
I'm not sure. King g2, king g1.
Rook a, yeah, no.
Yeah, just knight g3, rook
Knight
f7,
G3,
king
yeah.
g8. Yeah, it does win. Does win. Vidit hasn't replied yet, right? You can start with c5. If you don't want to allow knight d6, you can spend a tempo on c4, c5 here, and then go knight e5 next move. Yeah, c5, and I think Andrew played rook a2, which reintroduces this very strong threat of some rook to h2 and then mate next move.
Correct.
This is fun.
Fun for us, not fun for them.
Maybe not for them, but definitely for us. Yeah, definitely for us. You can stop the mating threats with rook g1 and then rook g2, but black will start pushing the a-pawn down the board very convincingly, and you're going to have to deal with different issues. Knight e5 played. Interesting. Knight e4. Hang on. Rook bh2? What?
What?
We had this.
No.
I mean, we have rook f7, rook f8, but it's not good, right? I'm sorry.
Take it.
Yeah, of course, take, and then we go king f7. And I guess you play d5, d6 here,
yeah.
and you pretend.
Pray, yeah.
And you but this is not very convincing. What?
What is going on here?
What happened? I think maybe hang on. No, he didn't play knight e5. He played rook e5. Yeah, I'm sorry. Vidit has not gone off the rails that much, and this is the current position. Yeah, I apologize to our viewers who perhaps have gotten slightly overexcited because I'm at fault here. The problem for Andrew is he is not threatening rook h2, any rook h2 anymore, because there's knight f8 check. So yeah, there's no threat actually. You can go like rook b1 and rook e6 now. This looks lost now.
Totally lost.
Yeah, rook e5 was very strong.
Yeah.
But also,
Very nice.
I really don't like f6. You should try doing.
Keep the king.
But king g6, rook f5 was very strong. Yeah, knight e5 check, rook f7, rook g5. No, but this is over now because, as I mentioned, whichever rook you put on h2, you instantly lose to knight f8 check. He's gone knight d8, but now everything should win. Like now, white has all the threats and all the extra material. You can maybe I'm pretty sure you can invest the tempo in d5,
I love
d6
d6.
here.
Yeah. CD c6, right?
Yeah. I mean, other things are also pretty winning, but I like investing a tempo into this and then going from there. Experience kind of prevailing in this game, right? It's Vidit being slightly cooler under pressure.
I'm going to let you do all the interviews too.
Okay, sure.
Well, it looks as though Vidit is en route to.
This is move 40, and looks like we've had another result. There was a draw in the game between Juven Jun and Michael Adams, so we'll finish watching. There's only one move left in this game, so we'll get them to move 40, and then we'll have a small break and an interview. Yeah, d6 is good, but I don't think it's necessary anymore. I'm pretty sure most sensible decisions here win. Like I suspect rook e8 wins, for instance. Although, yeah, no, you probably don't want to play rook e8 because rook e8, rook h, h2, you have to calculate variations again. It's unnecessary. He's played rook e8.
Wow.
Rook h2.
Jeez.
I guess rook g8 wins, king f7, rook f8, and eventually I will give a check for the second rook and it will be decisive.
Will you?
Yeah. How do you stop that?
King g6?
Rook f6.
Yeah.
Rook f7 and...
Rook f8, that's cute,
and,
the ladder.
Yeah, the ladder, yeah. Andrew is down to a minute and a bit. But yeah, like, it's just bad because if you have to take on e8, you kind of end up losing that knight because knight f7, rook g8, you just lose the entire king side, and then white wins something. Like eventually d6 will just win.
Right.
Yeah. Solid choice there by Vidit, and yeah, I just don't see how you survive this. Solid choice. For a second there, I thought maybe we can do this and pretend, but knight f8 check once again just wins on the spot because eventually you will have to put the king on h6 and then I will take on h2 because it will interrupt the connection between the rooks.
Mr. Hong in big trouble. He's going to play a move in 20 seconds, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's taken on e8, but yeah, he's taken on e8 knowing what that means. He'll probably play knight b7 after takes, but then once again, d6 just ends the game in all of these positions, more or less instantaneously. And yeah, he is now, this is exactly the the face of a man who is about to spend the next 15 minutes studying the score sheet, looking for a mistake. And he will find a couple. He played this game really well. Once again, plenty to feel very okay with, but doesn't seem like it will have a particularly happy ending. And on that note, we'll take a small break and come back with another interview.
See you soon.
Welcome back. While we're discussing this very exciting endgame in the game between Vidit and Hong, a game between Michael Adams and Zhu Wenjun ended in a draw. So what's your initial impression? Starting with you, Mickey.
I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, things went a bit wrong in the opening. Somehow this Queen F3 was a bit awkward, but then once I got this G6, Bishop G7, I thought it was probably okay, but somehow my Queen on D8 was always in the way whenever I was trying to do anything. That was always some tactical issue. But I don't know. I thought it maybe got ropey for me again later, but it's very hard to tell.
Yeah, CD5, E5 works out, right? This works out for black, I guess, or...
Enough composition for black, so I didn't go for it. I take knight taken, just like Queen D1, Queen E2, just knight D3, Queen E3, and Bishop D6.
Yeah, this is what we're looking at, and yeah, it felt like it probably is enough for black. Yeah, I guess you play something like Rook D1, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Maybe Queen E7, like stop me, push E4. Then I don't know. It looks like
yeah, a lot of pressure against your center here. Yeah, because we were at that point. Malcolm was live on air with us, and he suggested Rook A7. And at that point, there was a kind of a joking little bit of betting on moves and outcomes going on air. And at that point, Malcolm, I think, owed Lawrence 2 virtual pints. And Lawrence said, if Rook A7 is going to get played by Mickey, I will return the pints. And we switched the engine on for a second, and it did suggest Rook A7.
Rook A7, yeah. Well, maybe I could try Knight C6, but it also looks pretty dubious.
Knight C6 with the intention of meeting.
Knight B4.
Ah, that way, yeah.
I mean, white goes E4, E5, but okay, I take the bishop and put knight on E4. I don't know if it's... I didn't really like it, but maybe it's not that terrible.
Something like this, yeah, and I don't know, yeah.
Maybe I have
strange
C5,
position.
A5. I don't know, it might not be. It might be better than it looks.
Did you consider Knight C6?
yeah, I also think so. And I guess I would just take it. I mean, just go for CD.
I wonder if we can just ignore it, play something like Rook A D1 or...
Yeah, also seems Rook A1 is...
Yeah, just maybe not do anything for now and continue asking you where to put your pieces. So, Drew, for you, did you feel like like for instance here, did you think you were much better or slightly better or not better at all, or because we really had no idea.
I don't know, like I try to find some concrete plans, but as long as I find this, maybe bishop d6, and then my knight is kind of weird place, so I decided to play knight h5 to simplify, but maybe it's not so good.
It becomes very solid and very difficult to do anything, I guess. Yeah, some kind of a position like this where. So what do you think was the turning point? Or where do you think was the critical position?
That's whether I should play cd5 or like in the final. I mean, I didn't check the computer yet, but I was fine if queen f2, queen e3, maybe queen e3 is interesting because next move is e5, so we'll take some pawns. So
where exactly?
The final, like the last position. Very not like this. I mean, in the game when like queen f2 petrol, and maybe this queen e3 instead of it looks interesting for me because
everything is hanging. Yeah.
I was short of time and I didn't find anything. I felt maybe white still need to fight for equals or something.
Did you consider this?
No, not at all. But okay, I'm not sure I believe it though somehow.
Yeah, it feels like white should never be worse here, even though
queen d6 maybe.
I guess. I mean, e5 you have the immediate perpetual, so yeah, like if all else fails, I guess we can do this. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't find this queen d6.
So how much of your decision to play rook e8 bishop f8 here was just not wanting to play any theory, or do you think this is like a pretty sound way of playing this position?
I don't know. I mean, it didn't look so bad to me, but yeah, in general, I just like playing things I didn't play before, basically. So
I know.
It's a new position for me after rook e8, so this was the main appeal.
Yeah, were you expecting something like this today?
Well, I think just try to like have a like familiar position start and try to have some practical game. Yeah, but rook e8 is a surprise for me.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected that. So, 2 rounds in, I mean, I understand with the way the tournament is going, this is maybe not the most natural question in the world, but feeling slightly better today, or?
Well, the result was better, so that's a big part of things. But yeah, I mean, I played a bit quicker today. That was also better, but otherwise, still some issues, I think.
Possibly. What about you? How are you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that London Classic is a very strong tournament, and I'm very honored to play against Adams and also all other players. So I feel happy.
So what are you doing after this? What are your immediate plans?
You mean
chess-wise?
The rest of the games?
No.
After this tournament. Yeah. I'll play the Rapid and Blitz, and that's pretty much like this year, and then next year I will figure out.
Fair enough. Anything else you want to say about this game or any topic really? I'm a very experienced interviewer, as you can see. I'm doing a nice job of interviewing people.
It's kind of a broad question.
Yeah, we are aiming for broad strokes here. You should listen to what we say on air. It's quite something. Enjoying the tournament coming back. I'm sure you've had a lot of tournament experience in London in general, but like, how is your overall relationship with the London Chess Classic?
No, I played a lot of times, so yeah, it's amazing to have the event, and to have it on a much bigger scale this year is obviously huge. So yeah, it's really.
I remember the question.
Really positive.
As a Spurs supporter, how does it feel to play it at this particular venue?
Well, it's a bit different when
the matches aren't on. It's not so different to any. I guess all football clubs are the same on non-match days. A bit strange somehow. Sometimes played in Werder Bremen in the Bundesliga, probably did as well. And
I played, I think, once. Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel much like that team when the team isn't there.
That is true. All right, I think we'll let you go with this on the scoreboard finally, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back to what probably will be the final segment of today's show, with only 2 games still running, and one of them not going to be running for very long. That's the game between Vidit and Andrew Hong. And during the break, a friend of mine sent me a message about this particular position. Vidit will actually feel a bit miffed about this, because I think he very much enjoys, you know, the prettier things in life. And the fact that he has not played Rook H1 here will bug him a little bit, because it is very, very cute. The point, of course, being that if you play Rook takes H1, you get mated by Knight of 8 and Rook H7, and there's actually just no stopping mate at all, because if you play something like Rook G8, White actually demonstrates the same construction that we were trying to set up with Black, Rook EH7 followed by Rook 1 H6 mate. That would have been the end of the game before the first time control. But what he's doing is perfectly serviceable enough. Rook E8, Rook takes E8, Rook takes E8, King F7 was played by Andrew, Rook D8, King E7, Rook H8, King takes D7, and now D5, D6. And there's really just no way to continue here for Black, because if you take on D6, after C takes B6, there's just no stopping B7 and B8. Queening costing you a full rook. And if instead you play D takes C5, I will play D takes C5, D takes C5, CD, C6 check, Rook H7 check, Rook B7 check, C7, Rook C2, B6, and it's actually a little bit closer than you would think because of the passer on the A file, but it's still good enough after, I assume, C8 and briefly
Queen,
I wondered what
Yeah,
happens after A1 Queen, but
you can just take on C.
yeah, he's gone BC5. Yeah,
Can
I
you
mean,
take-
I guess you can take on C2. Yeah, Queen
Just
Queen
about.
G1, Queen G2, Queen. Is this a no? It's not
No,
a
Queen
perpetual.
F2. Queen F2.
Ah, Queen. Yeah. What am I? I'm hallucinating. Actually, Queen F2 is very efficient. Yeah. So Vidit took some time after move 41 to settle and to calculate everything cleanly, but he will convert this into a full point. And quietly, dramatic changes have happened in the game between Shreyas and Wayne Jones, where we left it somewhere here. And honestly, it's not even that easy for me to blame the young man for what he's done, because in the position after King F7, Knight F6, King G7, I clicked it around a little bit in the break, and the engine suggests we play G3, we play Rook B6 or Rook C7 probably. We need to freeze out the knight on F8. And then we actually allow Black to get the pawn to B3. And then we start playing Knight A8 check, and then back to F6, or Knight A8 check and back to D6. And it turns out that it's very difficult, borderline impossible, to actually create any further threats. Once it reaches B3, B2 is never really a particular threat with a rook on B7. And the black light pieces are not really getting the job done. And honestly, to my surprise as well, I think this position the engine evaluates as basically equal. It does not look equal to me. It looks to me like Black has a protected passer on the third rank, but it turns out there's just no way to make any kind of a significant progress. But instead, I think quite understandably, Shreyas in this position traded the B pawn for the H pawn. But here he has gone badly astray, because it's actually very important to trade this bishop, much more important to trade away the bishop on E6 than it is to preserve your own light square bishop. After bishop D5, in practical terms, this is still a very difficult defense, but my feeling is it's probably closer to a draw than it is to anything else. Instead, he has played bishop F3, knight D7, takes, rook A5, and bishop E6, and this is just completely lost, because Black has a very simple plan. Black will play king H6, king G5, perhaps H5, H4 will be thrown in at some point. And the combined threats to the pawn on E5 and the white king, and the fact that the rook on A5 is basically going to spend the entirety of the rest of the game on A5, being passive and completely tied down to the protection of the pawn on E5, is just going to make this pretty much indefensible as long as black doesn't lose their mind somehow. This probably will drag out for quite a bit because black, it will take a while for Gawain to make progress. The current position is king f2, rook c2 check, king e3. It's probably time to play king h6. The king really does belong on g5 here. So this is not a position that collapses in 3 moves. Shreyas will still feel like he has a shout, but objectively, I feel this is just completely indefensible because having not taken the opportunity to trade the bishop on e6 away, you will not get a second chance. And because of that, there's just no counterplay. f7 is completely protected. There are no other even theoretical weaknesses in the black camp. And you're just going to get slowly but surely moved away from good squares. And eventually you will run out of breathing space. Do we want to... We probably want to watch the rest of the other game because it feels like it's going to end sooner. So let's switch to Vidit and Andrew. Yeah, Andrew is still thinking up to bc5, dc5, trying to find some kind of a miracle, but I don't think one is forthcoming here. If you don't play c takes d6, rook h7, check will collect everything, so there really is no choice whatsoever in that respect. And yeah, cd6. If white doesn't play c6 check here, maybe it becomes a bit tricky. For instance, like if you play rook c, rook h7 check, king c8, c6, rook b2, might not be winning at all anymore because you are not going to be able to play b6 comfortably, and black does have a very quick runner. But unfortunately for Andrew, c6, rook h7 just wins by force. You have to play king c7, you have to play king b6, you have to play king a5. Yeah, there it comes. This entire line will now get blitzed out, so we can just watch them do it. There's not going to be any choice on any of these moves.
Right. I was going to say, throwing in rook h7 before c6 is a mistake, is it?
Yeah, because you need to...
gain the tempi against
the king. If you allow black to play rook b2 or rook c2 at any point, your conversion becomes difficult or possibly just
impossible.
There's might not be any conversion anymore. You need to move the king all the way to a5 so that it's not in front of the pawns. Yeah, king c7, rook h7 has been played. Sorry, yeah, we're still here. You cannot go back to the back rank here because obviously allowing both pawns c6 and b6 will be very trivially winning for white. Yeah, so king b6 played, rook b7 check played. You obviously play king a5 because king c5, c7 is an immediate queen on the c8 square. So yeah, you play king a5. And here once again, like if you give black a tempo here, I'm not sure this is winning. I think it's winning move by move. I think it's exactly winning with no tempi to spare, despite looking like white is, queening everything with oodles of time in the pocket. But no, I think it's absolutely move by move. But it's just enough. Let's show this again. c7, rook c2, b6, a3, rook b8. You have to play a2. We play c8. Obviously, rook takes c8, rook takes c8 is completely lost because there's a skewer at the end of it. So you have to try a1 queen. I have a feeling rook a8 check might also be winning.
Rook a8, king
rook
b4.
a8, king b4, and we can play something like queen takes c2, queen takes a8, and b7. It's maybe even cleaner, actually. I like this better.
Oh, that's cute.
I like this better. And then if you play queen a7, I will play b8, and then queen
that's
b2
very
check.
Cute.
And if you play queen b8, I will play queen c8, and it actually queens with check, so there is no... Once again, tempo by tempo, because this is a perpetual on g1.
Yeah.
But this is a check.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder which one Vidit will choose, because I'm pretty sure we are getting that position. We're getting this entire line onto the board, including c8. And after c8, young people today are not in favor of resigning earlier than absolutely necessary. So I'm pretty sure he goes a1 here. He goes a1 here, and I'm curious which one he chooses. We'll see.
And there's no other. It's you have to go rook a8 and you have to go queen takes c.
Actually, it's exactly the same because we were in the position after a1 queen. After rook a8, king before queen takes c2. The big question is still queen g1 check.
Queen G1 check.
But it's not a difficult question because there's always that queen f2 in the end. So it's all fairly trivial. It's not a calculation that gets missed by
players of this level.
And while we can probably keep this this video feed running, but briefly switching to the other position. Yeah, Gawain did play king h6 by now, and Shreyas is doing all the right things, like keeping his pieces sort of compact, trying to chase the black pieces around. You can play something like rook b2, and if king c3, the rook finds a very nice nest on f2, and then we play king g5. Or honestly, at some point, I will become interested in the idea of playing g5, g4 as well. Just let's say king d3, I go g5, king e3, I go rook b2 back, I will play g4, and then I will play king g5. And maybe even create a passer on the h file and win that way.
You can also, if you want to really make your life difficult, play rook takes f3 with the rook on f2, just to test your... It's probably also winning.
Some positions will be winning, but not every single one. Like,
you don't want to do that. That's a joke.
Some of those, like if you give black a couple more tempi and I go, like, let's say we pass a couple of times, yeah, and I go rook f3, gf, king f4. Probably also winning, but nobody ever does. Nobody ever does that. Yeah. Yeah, but this one will continue for a while because there's absolutely no reason for Shreyas not to fight very hard. You can still save these types of positions occasionally if black, goes down the wrong path. For instance, if Gawain decides to
sack an exchange.
Not sack an exchange necessarily, but one thing that occurred to me as potential inaccuracy is maybe you don't actually want to play h5, h4, because later in the game, there's a very specific point I want to make, is that what I would like to do here is to play rook b3 check and then king f4. But with the pawn on h4, this allows rook a4 check, and we can relinquish control over the pawn on e5 because the pawn on h4 is hanging. And of course, this one is completely drawn. This kind of a 2 against 1 without particular weaknesses. I mean, you still lose them occasionally, but it is, of course, objectively just very, very drawn now. So you can still misplay it, but it's not easy. And 13, almost 14 minutes for Shreyas against 18 for Gawain. So considering there's still an increment in place, there's space for this game to run for another hour and a half potentially. If that's how the fates will have it.
Yes. Okie dokie.
Yeah, Andre is still thinking in this position after c7, b6. I don't know what he's thinking about, because if you don't play a3, you really don't have any counterplay against rook b8 and c8. There's no real discussion to be had about this position otherwise. So, yeah, I'm not sure what he is trying to work out here. He only really has the one option. Yeah, honestly, probably what is going on is he is still looking through, in his mind's eye, he is looking through the previous 45 moves and searching for mistakes in that very sharp position in mutual time trouble, roundabout move 30, 35.
Yeah. Crazy.
It was a really messy game and a very interesting game. Definitely the game of the tournament so far.
For sure. Well, yeah, okay. Game of the day.
Game of the day for sure. But I feel like of the 8 we've seen, I enjoyed.
There's only been 8.
Well,
feels like 80,000.
But isn't.
But isn't.
But isn't. Yeah.
I'm not sure how many people we've got watching us online at the moment. Probably a few.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody online, wherever you're watching us from, YouTube, Twitch, or otherwise. It's still bustling and noisy here. Lots of children at the London Chess Classic. It is a kid-friendly event. Of course, the main charity behind the event is Chess in Schools and Communities, so Actually, it's all about the kids, really.
Mm.
And I think we need to give extreme props to the charity, Malcolm, for having run for so long.
Yeah.
Taught chess to so many kids in schools, especially
Okay.
underprivileged kids. And
They're absolutely doing the God's work with
they
this.
really
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
They really are. Yeah. So
Yeah,
congratulations.
I remember the very beginning of it, and I thought, this seems well-meaning, but I don't know how much future it has, because I'm sure we've all seen a lot of extremely well-meaning initiatives kind of die on the vine.
Of course.
Sadly, through no fault of their own, just because of, you know, the harsh realities of the world we live in.
Yes.
But this one survived, and it's, you know, long may it continue. It is
Yes.
doing a lot of good.
Yes.
In a lot of areas.
Indeed. Okay.
No progress here, so let's check in with the other game. So, okay, the pawn did appear on h4. I don't think it's a mistake. It's just a talking point.
Okay.
Something has changed, and some of the winning plans have now maybe become slightly more difficult. But the one I liked, the one with this pawn getting to h4, the other one getting to g4, and then we play king g5, and then we go from there. This one is still very much on the cards, like king e3, we go rook b2. As I mentioned, white really has nothing at all to do here apart from waiting, so let's make some waiting moves. So we do this, we do this. Now I play king g5. And at some point I feel like maybe even h5, h4, h3 will start becoming decisive, but we can also just go back to our original winning plan, which is rook b3 check, followed by king f4, and just continue gaining space, continue just sort of, yeah. You can't really deal with this threat in any meaningful way. Gwaine, after some perturbations, I would say, towards the first time control, is looking very good once again to become our early sole leader of the tournament on 100% after 2 rounds if he converts this. Yeah, talking about results, with 2 of our games today finishing in a draw and Vidit winning most likely, I mean, assuredly.
Yes.
Beating Andrew Hong. Vidit will be on a point and a half out of 2. Nikita Vitugov is on a point and a half out of 2. Wayne Jones probably leading the whole tournament on 2 out of 2. Nobody else in plus, as far as I can tell. And people on -1 will include Andrew Hong, Shreyas, Michael Adams, and Drew and June, which actually leaves us with only, I think, 2 people on 50%, which is kind of unusual after 2 rounds, yeah? And those two people are Shahryar Mamedjarov and... Oh, he's actually alone on 50%, somehow. I missed somebody, yeah. Vidit is on +1, Nikita is on +1.
Gawain will probably be
Gwaine on +2. This is +4 all told. 4 people are on -1, and there's only one person with 50%.
There's only one
That adds up, yeah. So, yeah, this is extremely unusual, I have to say.
Yes.
To have only one person 50%.
Yes.
After 2 rounds of a round robin. But
Yes.
this is where we're headed currently.
Yes.
If this game ends in a black win.
Are Nikita and Shaq quite good friends? Do you know if they or?
I mean, their acquaintances are very long-standing. I don't know if they're friends necessarily, but they are. I mean, obviously they're seasoned professionals. They've played in maybe not against each other all that much. Actually, I don't recall them having a long-running rivalry of any kind. But they've been established players on the circuit for decades, both of them. Andrew did get the pawn to a2, so I guess we just watch the end of this game. And once again, I think, okay, maybe b7 isn't winning. b7, a1, rook a8, king b6, you are slightly worse.
What?
No, you're not.
Equals queen.
Yeah, b7 is also winning then, yeah?
Yeah.
b7, king b6, c8, queen, a1, queen, and queen takes c2 is a version of the same. Like, we keep on coming back to this position because there's no perpetual on the king side. But I guess maybe this is slightly faster because Queen F2 is a check.
Yeah, at the end, Queen F2.
In the end, Queen F2 is a check now, but it really doesn't make a blind bit of difference objectively. I think both are pretty clean.
And Vidit just
both are these moves.
Working out the cleanest.
Mm.
It's nice though when both moves win.
Yeah. It's difficult to go badly astray here.
Yeah.
Nobody plays rook a8 check here, just giving up your prize possession for nothing. So
I would be very shocked to see rook a8 check.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Yeah, we did just making a stylistic decision here.
Yes. Enjoying himself.
And why not?
Why not?
And why not? No reason not to.
What's your most, not your favorite game, but almost your most enjoyable game? A game where you felt real divine pleasure. Can you think of that emotion?
It's a kind of a vanilla answer, but
go on.
Because of the combination of just honestly how beautiful the final combination is, and also the stakes. That game I won with Black against Kamsky in Hunter in 2011 with the double rook sacrifice.
I know.
It was extremely undignified, but the point was I saw from some way away that if he takes on b8, rook e2 wins on the spot. And the way the playing hall was constructed during that World Cup in Hunter in 2011, there was a very large hall, which originally was very densely populated because it starts with 128 players.
Right.
But by that point, I think it was in the last 16. So it's very sparsely occupied. But there was also kind of a player's lounge, not closed. There was like, instead of a door, there was like an arch. But you could sort of hide away there, and there were drinks and bites to eat. So I made my move. We did choose a c8 queen without, a less flashy choice here. I made my move, and I went to, I don't know if you're a believer in that, but I know a lot of chess players actually are. It's a thing that I think many people legitimately think is true.
What's that?
That if you stay, in particular, if you stay at the board, there is a little bit of transference of ideas going on across the board. So something in your demeanor, something in the way you look at the position might actually give away some info to your opponent. So I made that move, inviting him to go knight takes b8, and I hid in the player's area so as not to, by my presence at the board, to make him any less likely to take knight takes b8. And when I saw him reach for the knight, I basically ran back to the board. I wanted to play rook e2 so bad. It really wasn't the most, as I said, the most dignified moment of my chess career, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, check out that game. That's a great game if you've not seen it.
c8 queen, a1 queen played, and yeah, you can include rook a8 check, but after king b4, you will still have to take on c2, so I don't think there's any particular reason to do that. I think you just take on c2, play queen g2, queen f2, and then Black resigns.
Yeah, that's it.
So we'll watch this to its conclusion, because I think the conclusion is fairly near.
No harm double checking.
I mean, he has 6 minutes, and there's really no reason not to. But, I mean, both of them know, of course, by this point. Both of them have calculated all of this over and over again and know the conclusion quite well.
Oh, he does go rook a8.
Does go rook a8, yeah. But king before, the only way not to resign on the spot, because otherwise white will actually have a queen check to take on a1, not on c2. So yeah, he'll play king before. Rook a1, rook c8 probably doesn't win, actually. So you still have to take on. It might actually be the only move winning in this position, but yeah, there it is. And yeah, Vidit actually is giving him the choice of going queen takes a8, which wouldn't have been there in the other line, actually. So I think Vidit kind of wants to play b7, b8 check.
It's cute.
Yeah, angling to finish it in a more stylish fashion
Yeah.
by giving Andrew a choice of taking the rook. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the other game, okay, g5, g4 did not happen, and the rook got transferred from a5 to e4, which is maybe a bit of an improvement because the black king is now tied down to the protection of the pawn on h4.
Oh, yeah.
But bishop f5, maybe I can even play rook e3. What I badly want is to be able to play rook e3 without resigning. Like, if I play rook e3 and I immediately lose the pawn on e5, then of course it's bad. But maybe we can find some kind of a set of circumstances where I can get rook e3 and then maybe g2, g3. And that, but honestly, it feels to me that even in the absolute best case scenarios such as this is probably still completely lost because I will play like bishop d7 and then king f5. And if you play king d4, I will put the king on f4, and that position is just indefensible.
Yeah, that doesn't look.
No, that doesn't look defensible now.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Wayne is making steady progress. Maybe he could have done things a little bit faster. Maybe he could have been further along towards the final push. But I don't think he's going to let anything slip. And honestly, bishop f5 right now feels like it's winning by force, because if you don't play rook e3, you actually have just lost the pawn on e5. So you're more or less obliged to play rook e3. And let me just briefly check, but I'm pretty sure this endgame is lost. Yeah, it's just completely lost. So it feels like bishop f5 is, in a weird way, winning by absolute force. Andrew is still thinking after queen takes c2. Really does not like resigning.
These young'uns, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I can't relate. I resign in any kind of a position. Just give me a position. Give me a position, I will resign in it.
You'd be halfway down the pub by now.
Yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't blame myself if I resigned here.
No.
Yeah, goes queen g1 check, but yeah. We are finally nearing the conclusion of this game. Queen g2, queen f2, and I really don't see how you don't resign there.
Yeah.
You are a full rook down, and compensation is scarce, shall we say. There's a certain scarce.
Scarce and not scouse.
Yeah.
Scouse compensation, totally different thing.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's been a good game. Very good game.
Yeah. Looking forward to listening to Vidit talk about it, because there's a lot of very interesting turning points.
It really is. Yeah.
I think I'll just give him a mic and just listen to him talk for 20 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Not going to interrupt him with questions or anything. My questions are horrible anyway. Should have listened to my interview with Mickey and Joe.
I did.
It's probably like the most horriblest, which is not a word, but I wanted to use it to describe that particular interview. Yeah. I covered myself in absolute glory there.
They won't mind. When they remember you, Peter, it won't be for that interview. It will be for 2011 double rook sacrifice.
The double rook sacrifice.
It will be for your insight and knowledge about the great game of cricket. It'll be for
this is very much
the work you've done on the Grunfeld, amongst others. And they won't remember you, however, for your billiard skills / pull, which are not bad.
A move has been found.
A move?
Yeah, the queen went to c1.
Oh wow, he
really doesn't like resigning.
Yeah.
I mean, b7, queen f4, king h3.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't understand what's going on here. I mean, queen f2 also, like queen f2, king g2, just to illustrate to your opponent that there will not be any checks anymore. But also, like b7, queen f4, king h3, and it's not like it's difficult or anything. I don't know.
Kasparov would already be putting Kasparov already would have had his watch on.
Oh yeah.
And now he would actually be furious that this game is still going on.
He'd be a bit upset, yeah.
Yeah. That's the
a bit
difference.
upset. Yeah. And it reminds me of the story, which I'm sure many people, myself included, have told on many a stream, but a perennial favorite of mine, which is a story of Viktor Korchnoi playing in an Open. I was at one point even told exactly who he was playing against, but I've forgotten since. He played somebody in an Open, and in a position, quite dominant position, frankly. He wasn't misevaluating it to give him his due. His opponent was thinking about a move, and Victor leaned over and he said, "Do you speak English?" His opponent replied in the affirmative, and then Victor said, "Why don't you resign?"
Yes.
And resignation followed instantly after that.
I have to say, I've used a variant of that myself,
Yeah.
but only in a Blitz tournament. Something along the lines of, "Do you know resigns is a legal option in this position?"
Honestly, after B7, yeah, if your opponent continues thinking here for any length of time,
No, it's
the quote starts coming to mind quite forcefully.
It's an outrage now.
Really does start coming to mind quite a bit.
Wow. He carried on. Queen E1 check.
Hoping that misclicking pre-move King H3 has been programmed in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Queen F4 King H3 was set as a pre-move, and now no, not happening.
Not happening.
No.
1,000 to 1 against. 10,000 to 1 against.
No.
Million to 1 against. No. Yeah. Resigns is now a very, very
solid option.
Solid option.
Yeah. Pretty solid option, to be fair.
No. Oh wow! No.
Okay.
No. This is actually I think we should talk to him. This is not okay. This is not how chess works. As they say.
the old favorites.
Go, yeah.
The old favorites are being trotted out. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to use that a few times.
You do, yeah, absolutely. I deserve that. And
Okay.
yeah, that concludes this very, very entertaining game that we ended up winning against Andrew Hong. And we only have this end game to discuss, in which, yeah, you still have to find a way to land a final blow of sorts.
Yeah. You do. I feel like he's mishandled this though, Peter. I mean, not to an extent that he's going to blow it, but it's sort of, was any of this necessary?
Yeah, I decided to check, and yeah, Bishop F5. We discussed Rook E3. Rook E3 loses. So let's say you play Rook B4, Rook C5. You play Bishop C4, and now we go Bishop B6. You take. You have to play Rook E4 to stop King F5, and then my preference would be probably for King H5 followed by G5, G4, King G5. And this is just, I think it's kind of simple and also like entirely unstoppable.
Right.
I think I would have gone for the sad thing for Shreyas here is that it is one of those positions which is impossible. I mean, impossible is a very strong word. I shouldn't use it, but extremely difficult for Black to actually misplay. To a degree that the evaluation changes. It can take you 50 moves instead of 20. But as long as you don't blunder a pawn somewhere,
right,
your position will remain winning more or less regardless of the way you choose to play it, as long as you eventually calculate some line cleanly.
Right.
And yeah, those are very, very difficult to maintain your composure and for players defending the weaker side.
The only thing that he has got going in his favor, in inverted commas, is that Gawain does only have 6 minutes, and you can still make mistakes.
Yeah. This is the final time control, and even with a 30-second increment, if you fail to find the way in and you get down to, I don't know, a minute and a half, and you start slightly freaking out because it's slow and you still haven't made any progress, and your opponent refuses to blunder anything and make your life easier, and yeah, if he lets it get to a point where he's like a minute on the clock and it's still the same outline. You still haven't picked up on e5. You still haven't traded rooks. You haven't played g5. Yeah, it could become trickier. Should still win though, I think. Looks like we are getting ready for a
we've
new
got one more?
guest.
Okay.
For a new guest. So we'll
I will probably
soon we will take a short break and we'll welcome Vidit to talk about his genuinely very exciting game against Andrew Hong.
Mr. Vidit will be joining us. Is he there?
Maybe even both of them looking.
All right.
It looks
Okay.
like. All right. Let's take a bit of a pause and come back with both of our players.
All right.
Welcome back, and with me are Vidit and Andrew Hong, who played a very exciting game. Lots of things to talk about, so let's just dive straight in. Vidit, so what do you think about this opening strategy? And I guess first question is, I could see you choosing between h takes and f takes. How easy of a choice was it? Why did you end up choosing h takes?
Yeah, the thing is, I was really tempted with taking with the f pawn, but you know, I've read too many of classical chess books. That stops me from doing it.
We actually said that on air, that it's just like you capture towards the center. You're physically incapable of not capturing towards
exactly. My hand cannot make it, even though I don't see a clear refutation. Maybe bishop h6 actually I was worried about.
Yeah, I don't know. We weren't really. By the time we started discussing it properly, we saw you take with the h pawn, so it became irrelevant. What were you planning to do after f takes?
I wasn't too sure yet, but okay, I thought maybe f5, maybe bishop g4, like
knight g5.
f5, knight g5, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I might have to. Then trying to think, was it bishop f6? I don't quite remember what else.
But then knight f3, e3.
Yeah, the engine I think preferred f takes g3, but I understand why you end up taking this way.
I think here he should have gone bishop h3, and then black is fine.
The engine was even suggesting a move like knight h6, simply just to get it over to g4 and play normally after that. It didn't really even feel the need to do anything along the h file immediately. But bishop g4, b4. Oh, so you played rook e1 first.
Yeah.
Were you very worried about simply queen d7, bishop h3, or like what was the reasoning behind?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to avoid this bishop trade, and initially I wanted queen b3, but I thought he can just do b6, and I don't really see what my queen is doing there. So I thought rook e1 is useful. Anytime he has bishop h3, I go back bishop h1, and okay, now it's up to black, you know, how he proceeds, because it's not so clear.
And for you, the choice between queen d7 and queen c8?
Yeah, I mean, I just thought queen d7, knight g5 maybe was.
But now I can go queen b3, no?
Yeah, that's a good point, because the a8 is hanging.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess the first kind of interesting critical moment is here, because The choice is to include AB or not, right? It might become critical later, but you kind of never know.
Yeah.
What were the two of you?
I mean, I did not even consider the move king f8. I thought that white is better. That was my evaluation. Because I don't see how black can attack. And if he doesn't attack, then strategically I have like good pieces, better pawn structure and all that stuff. So, but my only concern here was the time, because I really burnt a lot of time. Like I have 40 minutes left for like 25 moves. So I just wanted to play quick over here. But I was surprised with king f8 slightly. But I don't think it's a bad move. It's a decent move.
Yeah, if he takes, do you take for the pawn or the rook?
Pawn.
Okay, and then let's say we were wondering if maybe it's possible just to switch to playing normally, like
that's why I played b4, so that when he plays this knight f6, I have bishop b2 at some point. So here knight g5 maybe first, and then bishop b2, queen d2.
Okay, but yeah, this was a very interesting choice because obviously you're kind of going all in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting rook takes before, honestly. I was expecting rook takes before, not AB.
Ah, okay.
So I mean, I also considered the immediate knight of 6 and sacking the b7 pawn, but wasn't too sure.
So something like this, he'd be
Yeah,
able
or
to a5.
without the trade, yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah.
It's possible.
So king f8. I guess queen b3 is logical. You can do other things, but provoking a4 seems decent.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we didn't really get to the bottom of this position. I can't really give you.
Yeah, it's really complex.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very hard to be precise here.
It's very difficult to assess from the outside, I have to say. And I do know that, like we were looking at knight f2 here, but e3 seems.
Yeah, I thought of knight f2, but then it seemed a bit passive. Like
It is,
takes knight e7,
exactly.
and I don't really think black is worse. Like
I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's
with
fine.
e3, I thought I have some initiative. Like I can try to, like in the game, how I got some chances.
Yeah, in the game, we'll get to a critical position in the game because honestly, from the outside, it looked to me at first like what you're doing is sort of more logical and you're doing really, really well. But a critical position, like how did both of you assess, let's say, this position?
I thought I was close to winning.
I thought I should be completely fine.
Yeah, I don't know what happens after f5. We also couldn't assess f5 properly.
F5, bishop h3, I thought.
Okay.
Bishop g2.
Yeah, we couldn't really. Yeah, this looks much stronger than what we were trying to do. But the thing is,
that's why I was confused.
Yeah.
In the game, should I take on h3 and queen g2 and then go bishop b2? Like for example, after queen d7, takes on h3, rook h3, queen g2.
Rook goes probably all the way back.
Then bishop b2, and I'm fine.
Maybe rook h4.
Okay.
Rook h4. I didn't consider rook h4.
And the difference is you're going to play f5 or what's the or g5 or?
I mean, there are some tricks: knight c6, knight e5, knight g4, but
so
but I'm not sure. Also, you could take on d3. It's not totally clear. Like
here, actually, maybe knight c6 becomes a lot more playable than it was in the game. Yeah,
that's why I thought, okay, bishop b2. I didn't see clear refutation.
But bishop b2, I thought maybe b6. I was considering this move as well.
No, but the thing is, what you did is fine.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, and it took us a long time to work this out as well because originally I thought, okay, allowing knight c5 cannot be very good.
Queen c8 here or what?
No, queen 6 is fine as well, and even this is fine.
Wait, but I thought
but you're supposed to play queen d6 immediately. And I don't think this is easy at all.
Knight b7,
and I think
queen f4.
Queen f6 or queen f4.
Yeah, just queen f4. Yeah.
Oh.
And it actually likes this for black.
No, I was quite disappointed because I saw this too.
Oh, I didn't see this.
But then I just thought that what I chose in the game was more forcing, but of course I missed queen e5.
Yeah, we thought you probably missed queen e5, knight d7, yeah.
I thought I saw queen d6 immediately, but I thought rook e5 you'd have to try. But I thought,
wait, I'm worse here. Oh my god.
Yeah. It was kind of unbelievable for me as well, yeah.
Then b6, of course. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah, you can do it in this order.
Oh.
You can do it in this order. And
I was so happy with my game and now I'm not. Yeah.
No, I think you played really well because honestly, I don't think this is obvious that you're in trouble here at all. But from your side, Andrew, yeah, if you, it hinges on you seeing queen e5. If you see queen e5, you do this. I'm pretty sure, and
Yeah, if black played queen d6, it would have been a cold shower for me. I mean.
No, I'm very, very.
No, it's. I think it's actually kind of balanced. As you can see, the evaluation kind of drops to what is probably basically equality.
It's so
but black,
difficult for white
black
to
is
play,
fine. Yeah, black is fine. It's not like you're worse suddenly. And in the game, but I mean, adventures don't really stop here because you're
not lost.
Is it not winning?
No, no. This I also didn't believe at first at all.
I have 2 pawns.
I know.
No, but I thought I had tons of tricks. I couldn't like figure
Yeah,
out.
no, 96 is correct. Rook e8 is correct.
Without taking, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it prefers rook e8 first. Yeah.
Here I thought I have b5 again.
But
bishop h1.
Yeah.
This is better, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's always some kind of a mess. It's weirdly very,
bishop
very.
g2
So much
is maybe a
counterplay.
mistake. Taking on g2 might be
Yeah.
a mistake, yeah? Because now it's winning. I saw this knight e5, knight f7. And I thought, okay, this is winning.
Rook e2
Rook e2, king g3.
takes.
Rook
Take,
d4.
G5.
Yeah, and I thought rook g1.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the rook G1 you have to do.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Because you
And-
need to stop rook
yeah.
h2. Yeah.
And I thought this is winning, but still rook endgame with this g5 as...
Yeah, the a3 is kind of weak. And yeah, I can. But I think it becomes very unclear again afterwards because knight d8.
I was only thinking
Yeah,
knight
rook
d5
D2 I
actually.
think was a big miss. Instead of rook A2.
Yeah, rook g2 is very playable, and after rook a2, g5, rook a3, g4. Yeah, if you rook c3 or maybe even rook g3 is weaker, but rook c3 is kind of playable. c5 and
Yeah, I saw this too, but there's so many options, and I honestly kind of forgot it's rook e5, rook e7 back idea. If he has this, it's completely lost.
Yeah, knight b7 is the critical mistake, right?
yeah, I think knight b7 is where we're actually not yet. Yeah, we were.
Knight. No wait, knight d6, c5.
How? Yeah, I don't know.
Knight c8.
Knight c8.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's actually not so bad.
But
I
I,
can keep playing.
but I was thinking knight d6, knight e5, but then g5.
No,
yeah?
here g5 is extremely dangerous. No, this I wanted to get. Because
Oh, wow.
c5, rook a2, also knight e4, everything done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we couldn't really follow it properly, so many of these things are news to me as well. So, I mean, you were playing on a minute, so I think this is not a position that really lends itself to playing precisely on a minute.
No, but honestly, I'm very disappointed because I had so many chances. But I think generally the issue is that, like, I was falling asleep during the game. Like, of jet lag, I barely slept last night, so yeah, I was honestly
and
quite
then
sad.
and then to make you particularly sad, we did.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't change anything. You won. You won. I mean, you didn't spoil anything from this moment. But this
But
would have
of
been.
course, yeah, rook h1.
Yeah, this would have been quite
Some
a
view-
nice way. Quite a nice way to conclude.
Yeah, but it was not so easy in the game. Like, I had to
No.
calculate.
No.
Rook h1 would have been...
Yeah, but you would have enjoyed playing this move on the board. I'm pretty sure.
No, I mean, yeah, I kind of expected rook e1, rook e8. After king of 7, yeah, I was saying that d6.
I mean, it's amazing that he has this king of 7.
Yeah.
King of 7, d6 is the cleanest. I was countering.
Yeah, knight xf6 here wins as well, but you don't need to. Yeah,
D6
I think what we did is
But yeah,
by
this
far
also
the cleanest.
Yeah,
no,
it was just like
d6 is the cleanest. It's nice.
Yeah, so a very fun game. We're pretty sure this is, I mean, less fun for you, Andrew, now that we've looked at what the engine says, but we really enjoyed talking about it and covering it. It's definitely I think the most fun game of the tournament so far. What are your general impressions after the first couple of rounds, guys?
I need to fix my sleep. Like, I've just been blowing chances left and right and just been falling asleep in the board both games. So.
That is fair. Yeah, jet lag in this direction, I don't know. For me, specifically going eastwards has always been very, very difficult. Much worse than
Last time in London was the same thing. Like, it's just like sleeping at random times. Just couldn't get myself together. So.
And for you enjoy playing London? It's been for both of us second visit in a couple of months. So
Yeah, it's my first time in London Chess Classic though. And usually after seeing such evaluation, I would complain. But this is my first win in like 9 or 10 classical games. So I'll just take it, whatever I can get, I can't really complain about it.
Look at these people, complaining for not having won in 9 or 10 games. You're talking to somebody who probably has a streak of, I don't know, definitely double figures. Yeah, I don't know.
I think Gawain is also winning, right? So he'll
should
be 2 out
Let's-
of 2.
Let's briefly, this probably now just collapses,
Yeah.
right? You can't.
Wait,
you
takes
take rook
rook
b7,
b7,
but yeah, just king e6, I guess. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
take and g5. Yeah, seems like Gawain will be on 100%. You will be tied for second with Nikita.
Yeah.
And
That's about
and that's it. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah. So a decent start for you, and yeah, Andrew, get some sleep, and hope it improves from here.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, guys.
Thanks, Peter.
One final push. There's one more game still running in the second round of the 2024 London Chess Classic, with Gwen Jones putting the finishing touches on what is a very nicely played game, I think, by him certainly. I think Shreyas will have reasons to feel quite unhappy about some parts of this game, but Gwen executed, I think, a plan very, very nicely, and he is now completely winning. It's not going to be very difficult from here. Rook ending with 2 pawns up is generally quite easy to convert, especially with the white king now completely cut off from the black passers. Eventually, after some shuffling, we left it somewhere here, and Gawain eventually found a way to attack both the pawn on e5 and the pawn on g2, and once he got to the pawn on e5, the game was pretty much decided, and yeah, it's going to end pretty soon. Rook b5, Gawain played rook e5 here, and now you either play king f4, king g3, or you play rook e2. I honestly expected king f4 in a previous move, I don't know why.
Probably rook b6.
King g3 and just take on g2, play h3, h2.
Yeah.
We don't need to be 2 pawns up.
True.
When our hand gets shaken, you know, one is plenty for the purposes of that particular conversation. So yeah, I guess we go rook e2 here, and then yeah, the inevitability of it all kind of finally dawns on the young man. Rook f3, king e5, and yeah, I think after king e5, it's very much allowed to.
Resigns is legal.
Yeah, throw in the towel here. King e4 is also not a mistake, to be honest. King e4, rook f6, rook g2, and you're also just completely and utterly winning.
He's not playing king e4.
Why? I think he is.
No. Playing king e5. He's keeping the ship nice and tight. Or is he worried about g4 or something?
He's not worried about anything. It's the question, basically what your choices here are, you're trying to figure out which move will lead to a faster resignation.
Yes.
It's not always easy to, you know, get a proper, yeah, there you have it, yeah. He decided that removing the pawn from g2 in the most forcing way possible is the fastest. And honestly, this is a discussion that, you know, pops up every now and again, and as long as your opponent plays quickly, I don't think very many people mind that positions like this get played out. It's when every move takes 3 minutes that it gets a little bit annoying, I guess. But as long as all of this is being played quickly, nobody really minds. I don't think Gawain is in any way inconvenienced by having to demonstrate how to win this position.
Yeah, he's going to hide the king on g1 now.
Yeah. Yeah, king f4.
Rook f6, king e3.
Honestly, rook f6, king g3 is not a mistake.
Also winning.
Not a mistake either, yeah, just...
But he's not going to do it.
Probably not, but...
He's going to keep his 2 pawns.
Yeah, get the king over to h2 and then push all of them, yeah. I guess is the way to drive the point home the most forcefully.
Oh,
king,
wow.
King e5 even. Wasn't
Wow.
just play h3, h2. Ah, there we have it, yeah.
Okay.
There we have it. We might have one more interview. We'll wait until we get a signal from the organizers whether we get Gawain. But congratulations to him. He played a kind of a very instructive game where you start by seemingly only aiming to equalize, but the nature of King's Indian structures is such that it's very difficult to, especially for people who are maybe not that experienced, and Gawain has vastly more experience in the King's Indian than his opponent, you often just sort of miss the point where you no longer need to play for a win. You kind of need to switch to trying to make sure you're not worse. And that point at some point was definitely missed by Shreyas today, and from that moment onwards, he was in a lot of trouble. He briefly came back into the game towards the first time control, but didn't make full use of his opportunities and ended up losing. So Gawain is on 100% after 2 rounds.
Yep.
2 out of 2.
Can't complain.
Yeah, very nice start for the tournament for him.
I'd like him to win this tournament. That
would be good to see. Yeah, would be good to see.
If anybody's deserving a nice big tournament win, I think Gawain is probably top of the list.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely,
would be lovely. So we'll just see now if he's going to do the interview or if he's got, I can see his mum's there with his kids, and so he might just want to go.
Yeah, we're not going to begrudge him.
No.
Wanting to
Not
be
at all.
with his.
Right. Yeah, so quick summary. So it was a decent day, some more decisive results. We had
Once again, two out of four,
Yeah.
which is a very decent pace of work from our players. Gawain on 100%, 2 out of 2, leading the tournament. Half a point behind him are Vidit, who won a game today, and Nikita, who won a game yesterday and drew today. Shahriar Mamijarov on 2 draws, the only person in the tournament on a 50% score, and then a big tie on -1 between basically everybody else. Michael Adams, Andrew Hong, Juven Jun, and Shreyas there, all tied on -1, half a point out of 2. Round 3 will start same time, same place here at the Emirates tomorrow on the same channel. So very nice to know that we are being watched, plying our trade here, such as it is. Please tune in tomorrow. Once again, 4 p.m. London time, whatever time that is at your time zone. Shaping up to be a very interesting tournament, as is often the case when there is a very nicely mixed field. Some youngsters just coming up, some grizzly veterans showing they're still very much good for it,
Indeed.
so to speak. And yeah, these types of round robins often produce very, very watchable chess, and this
Absolutely.
is what we've had so far 2 days in. So yeah, if we don't get the interview, come back tomorrow. We're still going to be here, trying to somehow make sense of it all for you, and we'll find out soon enough if Gawain is going to grace us with his presence.
All right, so I think we'll...
Any final words?
Yeah, we'll kind of just maybe...
Drift away.
Drift away.
Drift away.
It doesn't look as though Gawain is probably going to do the interviews. I think we're probably good to close for today.
Yeah, I think honestly,
it's a long day.
After a very long day, and all things considered, he was here yesterday explaining his win. So we'll probably let him go.
Yep.
And we'll ask him tomorrow what he thinks
Sounds good.
about today's game when we probably get him in the studio. Thanks
All right.
everybody for watching, and come back tomorrow, 4 p.m. London time, for round 3 of the XTX Masters London Chess Classic.
See you then. Cheers.